on Tuesday, October 13th, 2020 at 7:30 p.m. via teleconference. The prayer will be offered by City Clerk Susan Lovering, and Alderman at Large Shoshana Kelly will lead us in the pledge to the flag.
Almighty God, we have the high honor and the serious duty to manage the affairs of our beloved city. Fill us, O God, with a spirit of unity and understanding, which enables us to face our multiple problems with a serene mind, with justice and charity for all, so that any and all decisions made by us will always be for the betterment and greater happiness of all our fellow citizens. So help us God. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America
and to the republic
and to the republic
stands
for which it stands
one nation under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty
and
justice for all.
Thank you. As president of the Board of Aldermen, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-4, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. Please note that there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting, which was authorized pursuant to the governor's emergency order. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that we are providing public access to the meeting by telephone, with additional access possibilities by video or other electronic means. To access Zoom, please refer to the agenda of the city's website for the meeting link. To join by phone, dial 1-929-205-6099. The meeting ID is 870-7107-1871. The passcode is 761034. The public may also view the meeting via channel 16. We previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing the meeting through public postings. Instructions have also been provided on the City of Nashua's website, nashuanh.gov, and publicly noticed at City Hall and Nashua Public Library. If anyone has a problem accessing the meeting via phone or channel 16, please call 603-821-2049 and they will help you connect. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting via the methods mentioned above, the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Would the clerk please call the roll? Madam Clerk?
Muted.
Alderman O'Brien.
I am present. I am alone. And I can hear the proceeding.
Alderman Clee.
I am present. I'm alone at the moment. I can hear the proceedings, and I just need to accuse Alderman Lopez of stealing my family room. That's all I have to say.
Alderwoman Kelly.
I'm here. I'm alone. I can hear everyone.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes, I can hear the proceedings. I am alone and I'm practicing social distancing in accordance with the governor's order.
Alderman Karen.
Yes, I am here. I am alone and I can hear everyone.
Alderman Clemmons.
Hi, I am here. I am by myself and I can hear everybody.
Alderman Lopez.
I am here. I am alone in my own apartment. I can hear and see everybody.
Alderman Tenza.
I am present. I am alone and I can hear everyone. Thank you.
Alderwoman Lou.
I'm present, alone, and I can hear everyone.
Alderman Jettie.
I'm here and I can hear everything and I am staying safer at home with my wife.
Alderman Schmidt.
I am present and I am alone.
Alderman Laws,
I'm here, I can hear you, and I'm alone.
Alderman Cleaver,
I'm here. My daughter is with me and I'm practicing social distancing.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
I'm present. I'm in this room alone and I'm practicing social distances. I can hear everyone.
Alderman Wilshire,
I'm here, I am alone, and I can hear everyone. I'm social distancing.
you have 15 in attendance.
Thank you. Also in attendance is Mayor James Donchis and Corporation Counsel Stephen Bolton. Mayor, do you wish to address the board this evening? You're still muted, Mayor.
Yes, Madam President. There were a few items that I wish to speak to you about tonight. First on our agenda is a very important recognition of the people who have organized and conducted the very beautiful kayak parade, the lighted kayak parade on 2 different occasions, as well as other kayak events. Bev Monagle, Trish Mullen, and others. I remember one Friday or Saturday night, I was at home and I saw on Facebook a photo of what they had accomplished that first time, and the beauty of it and the spontaneity and just the commitment that it took. It just was something that I greatly admired, and since then they built on this, and this is what we're trying to accomplish with respect to our improvements along the river. This is a great asset that people can enjoy, and our lighted kayakers are showing us the way. So later on, we have a recognition for them, Madam President, which I know we'll read at that time, but I wanted to thank them. One major item on the agenda tonight, Madam President, it is R 2071, which is the bonding authority to complete the Performing Arts Center and provide the parking necessary to move forward on the School Street housing. As we've discussed already, the committee and the city have raised the $4 million that we need to satisfy the commitment on the bonding. That constitutes the new market tax credits as well as the private funds raised. Now, the new market tax credits is a deal that we have to close later on, but there seems to be no doubt that we can do that and get that money. And of course, without it, we would never proceed because the $4 million wouldn't be satisfied. The Performing Arts Center will help us build a stronger economy, build a stronger tax base. It's a project as a result of a stronger economy, stronger tax base that will benefit everyone in every neighborhood of the city. It will support our small businesses and bolster them, and it will attract private investment into the downtown. We've already seen that occur because the School Street housing, a proposed 150 units, is the first time a private investor has been willing to build from the ground up apartments in downtown without a conversion. Conversion has special, very lucrative tax incentives from the ground up in 120 years. So we've had disinvestment in terms of apartments downtown, at least ground up apartments, for 120 years. These smaller units that will be part of the project, studios and 1-bedrooms, are desperately needed in our market. You'll be hearing soon that the rents for 1-bedroom apartments in the last 10 years have climbed 40%, as compared with only 20%, well, 20%, still a lot, but half that rate for apartments in general. So we are in critical shortage regarding 1-bedroom apartments needed by very small families, by single individuals who would like to live downtown. Now, of course, some people have expressed a concern regarding affordable housing, a well-placed and a concern that we share because we want all families and all individuals to have an affordable place to live, something we've been working on and off for decades. But if you look at the city's record over the last 4 or 5 years, you will see that in the downtown area, now again, not in the central business district, but a little bit distant, we have promoted the development of 500 units, and 150 of those have been affordable. So what we've achieved is a 30% affordability rate. We need to continue working on this problem of a shortage of housing and a shortage of affordable housing, project by project. So a project which will accompany the School Street housing is the Bronstein conversion, which Boston Capital is going to proposes to do with the housing authority, guaranteeing those people living there to return in a equal or better unit than they have now. That will add 150 affordable units 2 blocks from School Street. In addition, and maybe Ms. Marchant is on this call, we have committed home funds to another affordable housing project on Amherst Street, close by to the School Street up on the early part of Manchester Street. And we are working with NeighborWorks and other projects, other ideas to promote the idea of affordable housing. And of course, we have a study that is about to come out. But again, this project demonstrates that the Performing Arts Center will attract private investment because the taxes generated by the School Street housing will pay for not only the public parking, which will be retained there, but will also pay for the additional bonding capacity for the Performing Arts Center asked for in R7021. And these are linked, at least conceptually, because we've always said that the Performing Arts Center would attract private development, and the developer of the School Street housing, Peter Floats, has said that that's why he got interested in Nashua. And he's the first builder of housing from the ground up, apartments that's been willing to work in the central business district in more than a century. So I hope you all will support our 2071 and we can make 2 projects successful. And in addition to that, develop affordable housing where we know we can do it. Our 2016, I wanted to mention, Madam President, this is the energy performance contract. I don't have a lot to say about that. I think it's been in 2 committees, but it will convert the high schools to more efficient energy use, both LED lights and other features. Will reduce the carbon emissions at the 2 high schools by 1,600 tons of carbon per year, the equivalent of taking 348 cars off the road. This will not cost the city in the sense that the guaranteed savings are greater than the amount we'll have to pay in basically rent for these improvements. And we expect also to save 10,000, but probably significantly more money per year in energy costs in addition to all the carbon reduction. It's something we've worked very closely with the school department. It's a big project and it just shows how much we can accomplish if we keep going in this direction. We will nearly have reached our goal of 25% carbon reduction by 2025 once this project is completed. Finally, Madam President, I wanted to mention with some concern Ordinance 02032. This has to do with the reduction of the overnight parking fines. I think if you're inclined to vote for this, we should hold this because you need to understand the implications. If we reduce revenue supporting the parking enforcement function by 225 to 250,000, which is the fiscal note, it would put parking enforcement deeply, deeply in the red. We can't run, especially now with all the financial issues we're facing, COVID, the pension increase, the healthcare, we cannot afford to run parking enforcement deeply in the red. So were this to pass, we would need to, and go into effect, we would need to significantly reduce parking enforcement to balance the budget there. Probably by letting some people go, probably by little enforcement at night. I think you should understand the implications before you vote on it. So I would ask if you're inclined to vote for it. I mean, I obviously don't support the idea, at least in the current environment, but I would ask members that are considering it to think about holding it so that we could have a more in-depth discussion about how this could be handled and the implications that it would have in terms of parking enforcement. But back to the kayakers, I can't wait till we get to the recognition because they have done such a beautiful job for the city. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman, I'm looking for anyone who has responses to the remarks of the mayor. I'm seeing no one. Recognition period.
Nashua Area Kayak Explorations Destinations Group.
I will recognize Mayor Donchis for this recognition.
All right. Thank you, Madam President. Of course, you and I and other members of the Board of Aldermen have discussed this project or this wonderful accomplishment numerous times. And so we've come up with this resolution that I hope you will all endorse, and I'm sure you will, celebrating Nashua Area Kayak Exploration Destinations. Whereas the Nashua Area Kayak Exploration Destinations is a special group that makes Nashua a great place. Founded 5 years ago, its 1,400 members are kayak and some paddleboard enthusiasts, good stewards of our waterways, and they are dedicated to bringing the community together. And whereas founding members Tricia Mullen and Beverly Monagle say the camaraderie, the fun, exercise, and chance to get outside are what they love most about being in this group, Nashua Area Kayak Exploration Destinations is focused on bringing kayakers together to set on the water and kayakers of various ages and skill levels getting to know each other. Nashua is a unique and special place for kayakers with the Nashua River running through downtown. And whereas during what has been a difficult year, that's for sure, Nashua Area Kayak Exploration Destinations has brought joy into our lives with its Halloween kayak parade and 2 nighttime kayak parades in the Nashua River featuring kayaks adorned with bright, colorful light. In previous years, the group joined in our downtown music events and helped with the duck herding for the annual Rotary Duck Race, and its members have lent a hand in monthly cleanups of Mine Falls Park. They've also seen a rise in membership this year as Nashuans were looking for fun outdoor activities. And whereas, thank you, Nashua Area Kayak Exploration Destination, for lighting up our hearts this summer, for giving Nashuans something to smile about, and for helping community members find a new fun pastime. And now, therefore, I, Jim Donchis, Mayor of the City of Nashua, and the Nashua Board of Aldermen do hereby recognize the Nashua Area Kayak Exploration Destinations as a special part of the Nashua community. And that concludes it, Madam President.
And thank you, and congratulations to the Nashua Area Kayak Explorations Destinations Group. We appreciate everything you've done, and it was fantastic to see the lighted kayaks out on the river. It's great to see the river being used. So thank you for that.
Madam President,
Alderman Lopez.
just as a point of order, I would like to clarify that we just recognized our naked citizens. Nashua Area Kayak Exploration Destinations.
Reading minutes of previous meetings. There being no objection, I will declare the minutes of the Board of Aldermen meeting of September 22nd, 2020, the special Board of Aldermen meetings of September 28th and October 6th, 2020, accepted, placed on file, and the reading suspended.
Madam Chairman?
Alderman Lou?
Yes, I noticed an error in the meetings from the last Board of Aldermen meeting that I'd like to bring up.
Okay.
Well,
Which meeting, Alderman Lou?
meeting of the 22nd, September 22nd, or was it the 23rd?
We met on the 22nd.
Okay, that's the one. I had made reference to the escrow of $50,000 to a study for the dog park. And I listened to the tape and it sounded to me like 50, and the amount I meant to say was 50. And I'd like that to be corrected because it was recorded. It was transcribed as 15.
Okay.
Thank
Duly
you.
noted. Thank you. Okay. Communications requiring only procedural actions and written reports from liaisons.
Communications been received from Donna Graham, Legislative Affairs Manager, regarding communications received from the public. From Sarah Mashot, Community Development Director, regarding Bronstein Housing Relocation Update. From Julie Chisholm, Transportation and Long Range Planner, Community Development Division, regarding referral from the Board of Aldermen, Ordinance O-2031, prohibiting dogs in fenced-in tot lots. From Jill Stansfield, Parking Manager, regarding concerns relative to Ordinance O-2032, reducing the fine for overnight parking violations. And from Doria Brown, Energy Manager, relative to Nashua School Energy Performance Contract with EEI.
There being no objection, I will accept the communications and place them on file. Period for public comment relative to items expected to be acted upon this evening. Now we have a lot of people on, 65 people on this meeting. And I'm going to have to limit your time because we'll be here until 2 in the morning. So I'm going to call for public comment right now.
Madam?
Hello?
Madam President?
I see.
Hello?
Mr. T-Bone.
Yes, do you recognize me?
Yes, I do.
Okay, my name is Fred T-Bone, and I wish to comment on 3 of the items on the agenda. First of all, R-20-071. I did not support that in the past, but I now fully support it. My comments are in the minutes of the public hearing, but just to summarize briefly, there is no second floor death trap in the current design. That's excellent. There's no need for a $4 million endowment fund to support operations because the operator will operate the theater for the cost of $1 per year. And finally, the $5 million. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
The $5 million, which have been deliberately underfunded when it was first proposed, had ignored the professional estimate for fantasy. That will now be covered pretty much by the $5 million, which is now proposed at the current bond. So given these 3 conditions, I'm now fully in support. The second item I want to comment on is R-20-077, the naming Columbus Day as Indigenous Peoples Day. I think there's some aldermen here that carry a personal agenda, but that agenda is mistaken. First of all, Columbus Day is a regularly scheduled and recognized federal holiday, one of 10 federal holidays. It's also a state holiday. And I think yesterday, I don't know if the city formally recognized it, but I think city employees took it as a holiday as well. In the comments in the Administrative Affairs Committee, where this was being considered and discussed, Alderman Lopez, one of the strongest supporters of this, mentioned, I quote, on page 17, I quote, I think we give the opportunity to the public to debate the issue. The public has not seen this. The public certainly hasn't debated it. He also says, I'm quoting again, Alderman Lopez, page 17, I must also agree there are going to be people who want to be heard, and I want to hear from them. This board has not given the opportunity for the public to be heard. For instance, the American Italians, in whose honor Columbus Day was initially passed about 100 years ago, maybe 150 years ago, ought to be heard from. I think this ought to be put on the agenda of the next election as a non-binding election question so the public can debate it. There may be well-intentioned, but this is a misplaced personal agenda item that should be placed before the voters. Finally, I'd like to comment on the, let's see, that's R 02009, public comment. Now, many years ago, I was the first ordinance passed in 1994, 09401. It was a public comment period, no condition. There seem to be ever more conditions placed on public participation, and this ordinance is no exception. On the other hand, the aldermen place absolutely no restrictions on their own comments, even if they're not on the agenda. Case in point, in the public hearing on R 20-071, out of 20 pages, so that's maybe about 100 minutes, 5 minutes a page of discussion, 9.5 pages of 45 minutes for aldermanic comments. Well, aldermanic comments are not on the agenda for public hearing. There should be no aldermanic comments on the public hearing. That's for the public. And I score Chairman of the Budget Committee, Dowd, for completely losing control of the intent of that public hearing. So, even though there are ever more restrictions on the public comment, on the public comment period of these meetings, there seems to be unrestricted, uncontrolled aldermanic comments on the public hearing, which are designed to hear public comment and for the public to ask questions on what's being proposed. So this is bad news. This ought to stop. The public hearing is for the public, not for aldermen, especially for aldermen who are unprepared and just use that period to try to get information, which they should discuss during the committee meeting, not during the public hearing. I thank you.
Lata Manjapudi.
Thank you, Madam President and Board of Aldermen. I'm here to, in support of R 20-071, Performing Arts Center, and it is a critical piece of our culture downtown that will add to the vibrancy and also bring people to downtown. And arts and culture is the heart of a community, and having such a diverse community here in Nashua, this will only enhance and bring more people to downtown and bring the vibrancy. So I am really eagerly looking forward to seeing this project come to fruition, and just like the lighted kayak parade, we'll have more concerts and more performances downtown. That would be a joy. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Bob Keating.
Hello,
Mr.
can you hear
Keating.
me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. My name is Bob Keating, and I live at 5 Coburn Woods in Nashua, and I am speaking as a member of GSOP on behalf of the residents of Bronstein and other low-income families in our neighborhoods. And there are many, as we know, of low-income households with over 3,000 on the Housing Authority and Redevelopment of Housing and Redevelopment Authorities. It lists both for public housing and for Section 8. I'm going to read the opening of the petition signed by 28 households of Bronstein. Hopefully you've had a chance to see it. It sets the stage for the expression of the residents' hope. Dear Mayor Donchis, Board of Aldermen, and Board of Directors of NHRA, we, the residents of Bronstein, are asking the Board of Directors of National Housing and Redevelopment Authority and our elected officials to make every effort to enable each family who wants to remain in our neighborhood to be able to do so. This will allow our children to attend their same schools, which is very important. It will allow us to maintain our relationships with our friends as much as possible, be able to more easily work, go to our doctors, use other services, and shop at the stores we use. It is difficult to move, especially when you do not choose to do so. We hope you will keep this in mind as you think about the demolition of Bronstein, which means we lose our homes. The essence of this petition is to give the residents of Bronstein more choices in what happens to them about their future in regards to the homes that they will lose. The parking garage nor the Performing Arts Center will have no direct benefit for the Bronstein residents, nor likely many low-income residents. Probably few residents will be able to attend events at the Performance Arts Center because of costs. And in the case of the proposed School Street project, none will be able to be housed as the project has studio and one-bedroom apartments. The development of the project may in fact actually lead to increased rental costs in the area, has been true in many other communities that have gone through a process of gentrification. We know in our own community that despite adding considerable amount of housing, that rental costs have continued to go up. And in fact, without and I know many of the aldermen have spoken about this, that without assistance, low-income households, and we're talking about families that make less than 50% of our means, so about 36.5, and many families are making far less than that. So they're without some kind of price support, vouchers, tax credits. They will not be able to secure affordable housing, meaning housing that will be less than 30% of their income. So the aldermen today, I think, have a chance to assist 48 families of Bronstein in their transition. They can help to enable residents to stay in their neighborhoods by ensuring that the design of the new project at School Street, if it goes through, allows those families from Bronstein who wish to be able to move can stay in their same neighborhood. I feel that this family's loss and relocation will enable on inside about 170 families or thereabouts to have affordable housing that previously would not be able to be housed as a result of the redevelopment of Bronstein. Because of their loss, if you will, we think it's all the more appropriate that they deserve our support. Sense of all the people in our community, they are the ones who are experiencing the loss. It is their relocation that's enabling our community to serve more people, which is what we want to do, to get in affordable housing. So that we would ask in closing here that that's the official position of Bronstein, and it's just not Bronstein, the official position of Bronstein and GSOP, and we're just minimally asking for the Board of Aldermen and for the Board of the National Housing and Redevelopment Authority to sit down with the residents and to look at ways in which we can honor what's happening with them, because I do know from people I know on the various boards that nobody here wants to see people be relocated when that's not what they wish to do. And I know none of us well, I don't know that for sure, but I'm venturing that none of us would want to be relocated without our choice. So I'm going to end with what the petition says. It says, we would like to meet with the Board of National Housing and Redevelopment Authority, the Mayor, and the Board of Aldermen as soon as possible. We ask that no decision be made about School Street flats before we meet. Thank you, the tenants of Bronstein. So they said there are many other things that we could honor them in terms of cash payments, all of it. But if we have enough money to build a $25 million performing arts center and a $2.5 million for the parking garage, sitting down with the residents there and looking at how the School Street project could be redesigned for those families who wish to move there. So that's the simple request. And I hope that although tonight, it will not be the final decision, because I know you have to come back and sell if it goes forward tonight, that you still would have to sell the lot. But before signing the dotted line, please reach out to the residents, sit down with them and look at ways that they too can get something directly out of this move. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. There are a lot of people who want to speak. Some people that have still have their hands up that have already spoken. If you would please do me a favor and lower your hand, because there are 64 people on here and a lot of them would like to speak. And I recognize those of you who are on chat. I have written down your names, so I'm going to try to take this in order. I have Erin DeBacco.
Yep. Thank you very much. My name is Erin DeBacco. I work with Granite State Organizing Project. It's Bob, because he said a lot of what I was going to say, so we'll save you some time there. For us, and Granite State Organizing Project, including among communities of faith, and we have been working with the residents of Bronstein, and our main concern is that the residents of Bronstein and voice in the way that this coming highly disruptive process is managed. And while we are appreciative of what the mayor to affordable housing, we also really recognize that there's opportunities for creative interaction between the two projects, given that the School Street Flats project is very close, as he mentioned, about 2 blocks. And should it work to use that as part of the temporary housing during the move, that would enable people to stay in their neighborhoods and not lose their communities and their support systems. So for us, it's very much about the residents of Bronstein having a say in how this move is handled, and that they get to explain what their needs are and how they would prefer to have them met. Also, and this is GSOP is in support of R20077, the adoption of Indigenous Peoples Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Appleberg.
Yes. Good evening. Mike Appleberg, President of the United Way of Greater Nashua, located at 20 Broad Street in Nashua. I would like to speak this evening in favor of R2071. To be sure, United Way is not an arts organization. Our focus is typically on the health, education, and financial stability of the communities we serve. So you might ask, where does a project like the Performing Arts Center fit into this value scheme? You have and will, of course, hear about the economic value of the Performing Arts Center, the PAC. This includes, of course, the generation of business revenue as theater goers go out to eat and shop in our downtown. It will also very likely increase property values as Nashua becomes an even more attractive community to live in and work. One aspect of the Performing Arts Center you might not have thought about is the value in the community to health as well as community connectedness. Specifically, we know from extensive research that the health of any given individual and the community in general is primarily a function of factors related to the quality of life or lifestyle factors. This is why communities invest in things like bike lanes and green spaces, as well as the performing arts. In fact, it has been demonstrated that the overwhelming majority of a person's good health outcomes are due directly to these social determinants, and to a much lesser extent, to factors which we often think of, such as medications, doctors, and surgeries. A second aspect I would like you to consider is civil unrest. All of us have borne witness, unfortunately, over the past several months to the civil unrest in so many parts of this country. This unrest, fueled largely by social media and prejudice, is much more likely to occur in communities which are not closely connected. The connectedness of people to one another is often cited as a major factor in community resilience. It's kind of like an inoculation against unrest. Aldermen and alderwomen, I appreciate the importance of your decision this evening and hope that you consider a vote in the affirmative for R20-071 and take into account not just economic value, but also the many positive health and community consequences of a strong and vibrant arts community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lindsay Rinaldi?
Good evening. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes.
That's great. All right. My name is Lindsay Rinaldi. Thank you, everyone, for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Lindsay Rinaldi, and I am here speaking on behalf of the Nashua Arts Commission. I am the chair of the Nashua Arts Commission.
Can we get addresses, please?
Sure. The Nashua Arts Commission address is the Hunt Memorial Building. I would have to look that up real quick. It's one of those.
I believe it's 6 Main Street.
6 Main Street is the address for the Nashua Arts Commission. So thank you. On behalf of the Nashua Arts Commission, as the chair, I would like to speak in favor of all resolutions related to moving the Performing Arts Center project forward. I believe that is R20-071 and 020-030. The need for a Nashua Performing Arts Center was expressed in the city's Arts and Culture Plan from 2014. This Arts and Culture Plan was put together on the basis of input from several different arts organizations and the general public. At this time, we saw so many people speaking in favor of needing a Nashua Performing Arts Center, not just for the health and well-being, as Mike spoke to, as well as the cultural benefits, but also for the incredible opportunity in terms of economic development. The Nashua Arts Commission plans on having the Nashua Performing Arts Center become an integral part of the next phase of the Nashua Arts and Culture Plan, which is currently being updated and in motion. The next thing that is really exciting to share is that the Nashua Arts and the Nashua Arts Commission has just completed an economic study with American for the Arts, taking a look at the economic impact in the Nashua region. And that study was able to show that the Nashua region industry brought in $11.3 million within that year that studied. The same study was actually completed in Concord, New Hampshire, a sister study. It's also by the American for the Arts. It's used to evaluate the arts and economic prosperity of any given city. And I think a quick comparison of the results would be very helpful in telling and to show hopefully all of the aldermen the tremendous economic impact and opportunity that was there. In Concord, the total local nonprofit and artistic, cultural, economic activity was $31.2 million. And as a result of that study, they saw that number they reached that 31.2. They saw that number as a result of an increase of $13.5 million in just 5 years. That's a potential 43% increase in economic activity. What's very exciting is that if we parallel that to Nashua, if we're so fortunate to have similar results, with our number being 11.3, that could potentially increase our economic activity in the area by $4.86 million in a matter of 5 years, and potentially could be more than that, considering the size of the venue that we are looking to build is significantly larger and has a little bit of a larger capacity to it, bringing more people to the downtown area. As a member of the National Arts Commission, what's further exciting is that we do have an intention to hopefully repeat that study again in the future. So that would also give us the ability to measure that impact, assuming the project moves forward and is completed. So that way we would be able to see and measure the impact within a few years of the Performing Arts Center being open. And I think that having that measurable, ability to create that type of measurement and to have access to that type of data will hopefully reaffirm the decision to move forward with the project today at its new budget point. So with that being said, I ask all of the aldermen to please consider voting in favor of all of the resolutions that are related to moving the National Performing Arts Center project forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Faustin. Faustin, if you could give your name and address for the record.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Faustin. I live Nashua Bronstein building. Hope everyone can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, so what I needed to say is that they're about to switch this building, and we gotta move. So I had to give a little story about my parents. My dad, he came from a place named Congo, and that place, they used to have wars and stuff, and they used to be moving all kinds of places, and they had to switch places, and kids will have to switch schools and all that stuff. And me hearing that we have to move to a different place from where we are, it's a whole different thing. So Bob King from GOSOP came and told us that they're about to build some buildings at School Street Flats. And we were talking about it, and we said it would be a good thing if we could move close to there. If those buildings are done, those who want to move from here to there, it would be a great idea, So I was asking the aldermen if they could let that happen, because I'm speaking in behalf of my family and all the people that live over here. We all signed a petition. The petition was to say that we all want to move close to here. So, and we heard about the School Street Flats, and everybody was so glad that they can have a choice to move over there if of course the alderman and the mayor agrees of the idea. That would be very helpful, and I think it's a good thing to think about, because given that story of my dad, it's this idea of moving, it's really hard, So basically I was asking that you understand the petition and try to help us. That's basically all. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Next, I have Brian Grip.
Yes, hello, Madam Chair. It's an honor to be with all of you. It's Brian Grip in Ledgewood Hills Drive, Ward 5, Nashua. So I had an opportunity to speak at the Budget Committee meeting, so I'll be very brief, and primarily wanted to, again, just acknowledge to all of you, my wife and I, Kelly, live here. And we started our career here in the 1980s and had an opportunity to work in downtown Nashua. Both of us did. Later, we raised our family in Bow, New Hampshire, and had the very good fortune to be able to serve on the board of the Capital Center for the Arts in Concord. And that's the primary thing I just wanted to relay on to all of you as you're getting ready to make this important decision tonight, and also acknowledge the hard work that all of you have been doing. It's an important question, an important issue for the city of Nashua. But as a resident of Nashua, having had the opportunity to live in the Concord area, participate on the board of the Capital Center for the Arts from 2001 to 2007, really had an opportunity to see firsthand the exciting change that really did take place in Concord. The way that I see the community, by the way, coming together in Nashua is really wonderful and exciting. I have to say, I've heard some comments more on the negative side from some folks that are concerned, well, you know, this is really not going to benefit everybody in the community. That just could not be further from the facts based on what I know them to be from the time that I served on the board and beyond that time period, watching what happened in Concord. School children, community groups, nonprofit organizations all benefited from that organization and continue to do so. I see the same thing happening here, frankly, in a very energized way. So for all of you, you're really at sort of the ground base here of something that I think is going to be so additive to what my wife and I have found to really be an amazing quality of life, right? Things from Mine Falls, the Nashua Rail Trail, or frankly, the Nashua Library, all serve, the parks all serve a special purpose to this quality of life that is really building and developing and really developing a wonderful reputation for Nashua. So we're very excited to be here, to be part of it. I will also say that my employer, Bank of America, I'm very proud, as many of you know, that we made the leading donation here, $250,000, which was one of the leading grants that we've done here in New Hampshire to date, as an investment in the future of downtown Nashua, a belief in downtown Nashua. Our roots are here, dating back to Indian Head Bank. So we're part of the community. We have employees that work here as well. So speaking for Ken Sheldon, who's our company president, and others, we believe in what's happening here. So just speaking to you tonight as a resident, I'm excited for all of you. It's an important decision, but it is the right decision. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have Catherine Sofikas. Catherine, still on?
Catherine, you're muted. Unmute.
You're on mute.
There. Hi, thank you. I'm State Representative Catherine Sofakidis from Nashua Ward 7. My address is 54 Marshall Street. And tonight I've come to speak about R20-077, Indigenous Peoples Day. It is often quite easy here in colonial New England to think that the history of this area started when it was quote unquote discovered by European explorers. Nothing could be further from the truth. Our archaeological history brings the indigenous peoples back 11,000 years in this history, in this area. The Pennacook, the Winnipesaukee, the Pigwacket, Sokoke, Kawasuk, and Ossipee Indians. They all spoke related dialects of the Abenaki language. Strong, vital indigenous peoples thrived here. They did not own land. They hunted and fished in their homeland area. They lived in small family bands and joined to form tribes and confederations as their needs dictated. By the late 1600s, their population was declining due to interactions that brought sickness to the tribes and skirmishes for lands. Between 1650 and 1620, there were epidemics of the flu and smallpox. A remnant of the Abenaki descendants remain in their homeland, including present-day New Hampshire. They are working hard to preserve their customs, language, and culture. Their current status is as a pre-constitutional tribe that has filed for federal recognition with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, petition number 151. They were originally recognized by George Washington as the nation was being formed. I believe that it is vitally important to honor our Indigenous peoples and recognize the rich history they have given us, the contributions they continue to make. We are a state rich in Indigenous history and names for towns, lakes, mountains, and rivers. It remains for us to honor their past. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Rich Lannon.
Sorry to get off mute there. Good evening, I'm Rich Lannon, with offices in 17 Taggart Drive in Nashua. I spoke a fair amount 2 weeks ago, so I will make it brief. I am the chair of the National Community Arts, the nonprofit for the PAC. And just want to make a point to the board and the public that's listening maybe for the first time tonight, that even in spite of what we've all witnessed in the last 8 to 9 months with COVID, the Capital Campaign Committee has continued to meet, continued to raise funds, even though we had a hiatus for a little while due to COVID that made our lives a little difficult. But we're here, as you already know, that the total of the $4 million has been raised, including $1.5 million of private money, along with the new market tax credits. And we have, I believe it's about 174 individual donors that made up that. So it's not just, 2 or 3 or 4 big ticket donors. It just shows that there's a lot of commitment from the public, from the businesses. We continue, we're not done. We're not at the end of our road. We're going to continue. We are in conversations with many other business owners and individuals throughout Nashua that are very committed. We're seeing a lot of people that the interest level is just continue to rise. And just a lot of people have been involved in this from the various committees and the boards, and obviously employees in Nashua that have committed a lot to this. And we've gone this far, and we're right at the end, pretty much in that finish line. And I hope that the Board of Aldermen can see that and see all the people that have been talking about it, at least so far this evening, that this is not important just for downtown, but the entire city of Nashua, and quite frankly, the region. So we would love your support this evening, and look forward to that. And Madam President, I have a question, if I could. Kate Lusko of the Chamber asked me to read just a couple of quick sentences since she couldn't meet with us tonight, if that's okay with you.
That is, Rich.
Yeah, she and Kate did read. She was part of the meeting 2 weeks ago, and she read not a lengthy letter, but a letter with a lot of facts from the art economic impact studies that I will not repeat. There's a lot of very interesting facts about the benefits of performing arts centers from all over the country. Again, it's already in the minutes to be read. So basically, Kate just wanted me to reiterate from the Chamber and the board on behalf of their entire membership stand in support of this Performing Arts Center. And she wants to thank everybody for their time. Thanks to everybody who have contributed for the project, and encourages the board to please vote affirmatively this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Fawn Gaudet.
Hello.
Hello. Fawn, you are on mute.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, yes.
Hi, excuse me, I'm sorry, long day at work. Dear Honorable Alderman.
We need your name and address for the record, please.
So sorry, my name is Fawn Gaudet. I live in Rumney, New Hampshire.
Okay.
Okay, hello, my name is Fawn Gaudet. I live in New Hampshire, and I am requesting Columbus Day change to be Indigenous Peoples Day. I have strong pride in my ancestry, and I am a descendant of the Blackfeet Nation. Growing up in New Hampshire as a child, I was keenly aware of the injustices committed against Native Americans, this being our nation first. Because before Columbus era, there were millions of indigenous people in North America, Central America, and South America. The Wabanaki, known as the people of Dawn, lived in New Hampshire long before colonists arrived. There's the Cowsack Band and the Pennacook Abenaki that are strong leaders that Catherine just spoke about. And indigenous people lived here and thrived in harmony with Nakina, which means world for the Wabanaki. Their culture was rich with tradition, honor, and respect for their people, land, and wildlife. For me, Columbus Day is not a day of joy, it's a day of mourning. During this period of terrorism, Indigenous people were massacred, raped, enslaved, tortured, and genocide occurred. Changing this holiday to Indigenous Peoples Day offers honor and respect to our people. As Columbus Day, the day only marks a false representation of what happened in the past. We must never repeat this. By changing the name to Indigenous Peoples Day, you will offer truth. It's a chance for New Hampshire residents, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, to honor those who came before them and respect Indigenous people who survived to carry on such rich Native traditions for our future 7 generations. Please, I humbly ask that you change Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. I just want to note that 12 states in the United States have changed it, including Washington, D.C., well, also, and 130 towns and cities have changed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Paul Shea.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Mayor, Board of Aldermen. My name is Paul Shea, and I live at 102 Toll Street in French Hill in downtown Nashua. I serve as the Executive Director for Great American Downtown, and this evening I'm speaking on behalf of our organization and Board of Directors. As you may know, our work is centered around economic and cultural vibrancy in downtown Nashua. Our mission is to provide coordination, collaboration, and partnerships that unify the entire Nashua community around a common vision for an attractive downtown that is vibrant, viable, and truly reflects the character of our city. This evening, you're taking up a measure which will establish a tax increment finance district to actualize the potential of the School Street lot, as well as provide a funding mechanism to service the bond relative to the construction for the Performing Arts Center. We know that the Performing Arts Center, one of the additional benefits beyond the direct tangible enjoyment that people will receive by going to shows, will also work to drive development. We here in Nashua are in a housing crisis, and interest from developers in underutilized parcels will help to address some of that need through a combination of market rate and workforce housing. This School Street development, as I understand from taking in the last meeting, is largely driven, the interest is largely driven by the impending arrival of this Performing Arts Center. And so for us, it makes a lot of sense that this tax increment finance district would be established to facilitate the funding for the center, as well as address the needs of adjacent businesses to the School Street parcel through the establishment of a parking structure, and will hopefully be not the last of the level of interest from developers to bring more housing to Nashua. On a personal level, my wife and I have committed to the project. We are looking forward to hopefully someday sitting in some seats with our name on a little tag. And we know that there are many Nashuans who will continue to step up to support this project through their donations, their time, their interest, their support, and eventually their patronage as attendees of performances at the facility. This action being considered by the board tonight will represent the culmination of many moving parts, many professional and volunteer efforts that have been taken up in earnest over the span of several years. We commend the Board of Aldermen, the Performing Arts Center Steering Committee, and Nashua Community Arts as their work continues towards making a vision for Nashua's Performing Arts Center a reality. Through the progress towards Nashua's Performing Arts Center, though the progress for Nashua's Performing Arts Center has largely taken place recently in the past few years, this vision for Nashua's Performing Arts Center has been developed and recommended for some time. Establishing such facilities is represented in the City of Nashua's 2000 Master Plan and the 2015 Nashua Arts and Culture Plan, both of which will be updated in the year ahead to reflect and build upon this great progress, as well as the 2003 Downtown Master Plan and recommended by the Performing Arts Center feasibility study. The vision for Nashua's Performing Arts Center has been developed and refined over many years with great attention to detail. Nashua stands to benefit a great deal from this good work as we approach execution in the months ahead. It is your dedicated work and diligence and through it that we will see the Performing Arts Center thrive, and in doing so, bring more opportunities for enjoyment and economic growth to our downtown and to our city as a whole. Thank you all for what you do continually to improve city life, not just with this piece of business, but every day and every week that you dedicate yourselves to Nashua. This is going to bring arts and culture to the citizens of Nashua and the surrounding area. We want to thank you for your continued support for making this community-driven vision a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kramer.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, this is my first time.
That's okay.
So I am taking part in this for the overnight parking, lowering of the fine. I'd like to see it disappear, to be honest. But lowering it, I feel like, is a great compromise. I know we're talking a lot about the Arts Center. You probably heard the term starving artist. Most of the people in the community that is policed heavily by the overnight parking is the Tree Streets in Crown Hill. By the way, 28A Lowell Street, Nashua is my place of dwelling. Nathan Terrio is my name. So I see it a lot in the morning. I see the tickets overnight. I mean, I understand it's a lot of revenue in the city, but up until a year ago, we didn't have 20 overnight parking enforcement officers or vehicles. It was policed by the police department. So we've created a business on ticketing people, and the ones most ticketed are ones parking overnight because they live in affordable housing in the city that has no overnight parking. So you're left to park on the street, whether it's not just people that live downtown, it's people that work downtown. So it's the people that work at your Dunkin' Donuts, it's the people that your favorite bartender, it's your favorite server. Those people work downtown. Yeah, they can park in the parking garage. Most of the people in this community are afraid to park in the parking garage, but we're having employees of local businesses downtown send their employees to the parking garage to walk down there and go in there at 2 in the morning, when most of the people that are opposed to getting rid of the overnight parking ban and the ticketing wouldn't go down there themselves. So I think it's an unfair, poor tax. I know Alderman Laws said that and people disagree. But for myself, I have an overnight parking pass, but during COVID, I paid for it, but it took 4 weeks for them to process it in City Hall. I got ticketed 3 times. I had to call every day. I took hours out of my day, waited to get called back a week later, and got ticketed even after I got my sticker because the overnight parking department was a new person. They never worked the street before. If we can't process these tickets through City Hall and people can't get an overnight parking pass, and they're not even processing the mail for a week for someone that paid their ticket, but in 7 days, their ticket goes up to $35. Like, I had the time to do it. Most of the people in my neighborhood in French Hill do not have a computer. They do not have internet access. And they frankly just don't have the time to deal with it. So I am against overnight parking tickets, but I would take the compromise to help the people in my neighborhood and the people in the city that don't have a voice here tonight because, 1, they're probably working, 2, they don't have the internet, or they don't have the time or even the knowledge that this is going on. So Nathan Terrio, 28A Lowell Street, Nashua, New Hampshire. That's my thing.
Thank you, Mr. Terrell. Next, we have Tracy Pappas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for rambling.
Tracy Pappas.
Tracy Pappas?
You're up, Tracy.
Okay.
Name and address for the record, please.
Yep, will do.
Thank
Tracy Pappas, 12 Sport Terrace, Nashua, New Hampshire. I'm glad to call in on a night where folks aren't getting cut off by the president, board president. I'm here to speak regarding public comment period, and I also would like to speak regarding the overnight parking. So prior to 2017, members of the public were permitted to speak during the first public comment period regarding new ordinances. This was very helpful, and the public was able to state their position to the entire Board of Aldermen before the members had made up their mind regarding legislation. Additionally, it was a way for other members of the public to be aware of upcoming ordinances. In 2017, this limitation was put on the public comment period as an example of this board's objection to listening to the public. Additionally, the board president began to object and to interrupt members of the board members of the public with whom she disagreed. Those she disagreed with were interrupted before the 5 minutes were up. But those she agreed with were able to go on for quite some period of time. The example I have is at 12/23/19, I spoke regarding the DPW facility. I was interrupted by the president several times. The assistant police chief was allowed to go on at length regarding a 3% raise for one of the unions, which I have no problem with that gentleman being able to speak to that. But I don't think that I should have been interrupted, because I did have some very important information, and that was that those members of this board who did go ahead and vote for the office facility were ignoring that our two facilities that were in most need of repair. And in order to replace those facilities, that would be in an extra $50 to $60 million. And I was unable to state that. So I suggest that this board send the legislation back to Committee on Personnel and Administrative Affairs and amend the ordinance regarding the public comment period so that members of the public are able to speak during the first reading of new ordinances, because I think it's really important that that officials do listen to the public, and if members of this board don't want to listen to the public, perhaps they should ascertain as to whether or not they want to run for office again. And regarding overnight parking, I heard, I was not going to speak to that. The last gentleman who spoke to it, I thought was very eloquent. And I was very delighted to hear when we first allowed, folks who have very limited parking in the Tree Streets and in French Hill, that they were able to do overnight parking. And the initial plan was to expand some of the parking so that other folks in the community would be able to park on the street overnight. And I think, due to COVID, a lot of people have, even if you have parking, the children who would normally be out on their own, like when I say children, I mean in their 20s. But due to COVID, there are no jobs out there. So a lot of times it means starting your day, moving cars all over the place. And if there's plenty of parking, that's really not necessary. So I think reducing the parking, overnight parking from $25 to $10, I think is a good idea. And I haven't even thought about how it impacted other people. It was very upsetting to hear that this gentleman had an overnight parking permit and still had to pay fines because it took so long for City Hall to react to those. So I fully support reducing the fine to $10 for overnight parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jonathan Spira Savet.
Hi, can you hear me? I'm Jonathan Spira Savet. I'm in Ward 1. I live at 39 Coburn Avenue. I'm also the rabbi at Temple Beth Abraham and the one of the conveners of the Greater Nashua Interfaith Housing Justice Group. And I just wanted to speak just to stand behind Faustin, who spoke earlier as a resident of the Bronstein Apartments, and to echo the words that he said, supported by Bob and Aaron too, hoping that all of you will use your good offices to make sure that he and his neighbors are able to speak with you and all the appropriate people in authority to help settle things and to make their lives good, and for all of us to pitch in together and collaborate with them on a good solution for our community as their area is redeveloped for more affordable housing. Our group had a chance to meet last week. I wanted to say publicly a thank you to Mayor Donchis, to Director Marchand and Director Cummings for sitting with a group of us talking about these kinds of issues as they relate both to Bronstein and School Street and everything else, and just so encouraged by your increasing and increasingly vocal support for affordable housing issues and goals for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a first name of Lisa. Is there a Lisa that would like to speak?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, if you give your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam President. My name is Lisa Bissonette. I work for a real estate development firm at 30 Temple Street in Nashua. And I am also the board president of City Arts Nashua, a Nashua area nonprofit organization that advances the arts. And I also sit on Mr. Lannon's organization, Nashua Community Arts, which is involved in the development of the Performing Arts Center. I wanted to speak tonight in favor of the legislation for the Performing Arts Center. I had a chance to speak 2 weeks ago at the budget meeting, so I won't repeat the remarks I made that evening. But the Performing Arts Center adds much needed vitality to downtown Nashua. It creates lots of jobs, and it serves as a catalyst for people who want to live, work, stay, and play in downtown Nashua, and for businesses who might want to open their business, relocate their business, or develop new business, including affordable housing in downtown Nashua. It is a fantastic project. It has been worked on very diligently for many years by many people, including fantastic consultants and wonderfully dedicated staff at the city, and amazing volunteers who in difficult circumstances have raised millions of dollars. The new market tax credits and the TIF financing are creative solutions to funding the project, and we applaud their use in Nashua. They are used very successfully in many other communities to bring forward successful projects. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else with their hand raised. So I'm going to make a last call for public comment at this phase of the meeting. Is there anyone else?
Yes, Lori.
Oh, please.
Hello.
Yes.
Lori Ortolano,
Okay.
41 Berkeley Street.
Okay.
Okay, I'll move through it quickly. Resolution 20-077, Indigenous People Day. I really believe that belongs on the ballot.
that should go out to the folks of this city to vote on. Parking, I'm in support of the reduction of the ticketing for parking. I think it's a great idea. I'm sensitive to the mayor's comments regarding the loss of revenue and the budget issues. If you're going to support this, I think you have to make the cuts in the positions, personnel, to justify the reduction in the revenue. And I think that's fine, but make certain you do both of those things if that's going to be the case, and we just don't keep ourselves heavy on people when we don't have the work for them. I'd like to jump over to Ordinance 020-009, public comment. I have some real concerns with the language of this and what the legal office brought forth. I agree with Ms. Pappas that I think the first public input should be open for anything on the agenda. I really think there's a benefit to that, to the community, to allow those comments to be made on any item being discussed, not just final approval, because it will make people more receptive to what's going to be voted on, and it will give more input to the committee that's taking it off to review it. I also think these comments that were made in the personnel meeting regarding public comment, they're not speeches. All discussion should be relevant to items that fall under the purview of the Board of Aldermen or the committee conducting the hearing. You know, that's very restrictive, and it's not easy for a person coming in as a member of the public to even know that. So, you know, Alderman Dowd, I think you're way off base when you make a statement like that. There are people tonight who dialed in who had pre-written statements who essentially made speeches, and they were fine. You know, that should be okay, and we shouldn't be putting restrictions on that. The other thing I'm really concerned about is, okay, the use of the light is great. I think that's awesome. I think Alderwoman Kelly raised the issue of what we think is civil and what rude or profane remarks would be prohibited. I have found President Wilshire very condemning on remarks that I have made that I feel were unworthy. And just at the last meeting on the 22nd, I addressed comments directly made by the mayor in his opening statements, and she shut me off. I mean, she said, please don't stop directing your comments to the mayor. Well, the mayor opened up the discussion by speaking about two residents, one in particular, who had placed all this hardship on the city with right to know requests, and opened up a discussion on the lawsuit and as a plaintiff that she had filed on the city. Made a lot of statements about these right to know requests that I happen to think weren't right. And I feel the door is open for the public to come back and comment on that. And to have Ms. Wilshire jump in and say, don't comment on the mayor. You know, that's democracy, and that's a healthy debate that's happening there. And it's happened to me repeatedly with this board. You know, also this concept, you know, that language on civil, rude, profane remarks was all put in by the legal office. I think that's a big mistake. You know, the legal office is making public comment very restrictive in the city, and this ordinance is really tightening the screws down over a period of the 4 or 5 years that Mayor Donchis has been in office, and I think it's going completely in the wrong way. And this latitude that you give to the president of the board to shut people down if she doesn't like the comments, God knows it's happening to me, and I have to fight for my time. So, you know, and I don't want to have to challenge this in court. Really, I got enough on my plate. I'd like you to just let these comments be opened up. The concept that we don't like, Alderman Lopez's comments were disturbing to me. You know, he wants everything tucked in nice and neat and all pretty and everyone using good words and everything. You know, a niceness policy works well for him. I think he's out of touch. This concept that you can't criticize individuals is unconstitutional. And this concept that we should only be the public coming to the board if we, to discuss matters that the board covers. I don't know what you cover. I had personnel issues. I went to the personnel committee meeting. They said, hey, we don't cover that. I went to the human resource guy. He says, hey, I don't cover that. I come to the alderman. You're upset because you don't want it covered there. I don't know where you cover this stuff, and I really don't give a crap. If I want to discuss it and I have something to say about a personnel matter, I'm going to come most likely to the board to say it because I'm concerned. Look at the stuff that I dug up. You've got 12 more sanctions that were brought down by the DRA last week. I mean, at some point you should stop saying it's her. Maybe there was something legitimate I was talking about. So I also think Fred T. Boone made a very valid point. Start taking that light that's going to be on the wall and used on us and start using it on yourself some of the time, because there's a lot of extraneous communication going on at that table that could make these meetings a lot shorter. So I think you should bring this ordinance back into the committee and think long and hard about legal's recommendation for some of the language in here. They're not doing this city a favor when it comes to transparency and openness of government. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to give public comment? Seeing none. Communications requiring final approval.
There are none.
Petitions.
There are none.
Nominations, appointments, and elections.
To the Honorable Board of Aldermen, I have this day appointed Kathy Abell of 41 Manchester Street, Nashua, to the Animal and Dog Park Advisory Board for a term to expire October 1st, 2023. Mayor Friday, 17 Chaucer Road, Nashua, to the Conservation Commission for a term to expire May 31st, 2021. And Samba Clossy of 58 Winter Street, Manchester, New Hampshire, and Lauren Osawaski of 57 Profile Circle, Nashua, to the Cultural Connections Committee for a term to expire July 30th, 2023 and December 31st, 2022, respectively, and respectfully request that these appointments be confirmed.
There being no objection, I will accept the appointments by the mayor as read and refer them to the Personnel and Administrative Affairs Committee. Reports of committees. There being no objection, I will declare the report of the September 21st, 2020 Budget Review Committee be accepted and placed on file. There being no objection, I will declare the report of the September 28th, 2020 Joint Meeting of the Budget Review Committee and Planning and Economic Development Committee accepted and placed on file. There being no objection, I will declare the report of the September 29th Pennachuck Water Special Committee accepted and placed on file. There being no objection, I will declare the report of the September 30th, 2020 Committee on Infrastructure accepted and placed on file. There being no objection, I will declare the report of the October 5th, 2020 Personnel and Administrative Affairs Committee accepted and placed on file. There being no objection, I will declare the report of the October 6th, 2020 Budget Review Committee accepted and placed on file. There being no objection, I will declare the report of the October 7th, 2020 Finance Committee be accepted and placed on file. Confirmation of the mayor's appointments. Cultural Connections
Committee.
Cultural Connections Committee. There being no objection, I'll confirm the reappointments of the following individuals to the Cultural Connections Committee. Eric Drewert of 52 Main Street, Unit 206, Nashua, for a term to expire December 31st, 2020. Mohammed Mustaq Arif, 1 Kinsley Street, Nashua, for a term to expire February 28th, 2023. Adelina Hernandez, 56 Chestnut Street, Nashua, for a term to expire July 30, 2023. And Jessica Gorin, 97 Western Ave, Henniker, for a term to expire December 31st, 2023. I know that some of those individuals are here this evening, and I would ask that the oath of office be administered by Corporation Counsel for those of you who are here for the Cultural Connections Committee. Attorney Bolton, you're on mute.
We'll try that again. Please raise your right hands. You solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the Cultural Connections Committee of the City of Nashua, according to the best of your abilities and agreeably to the rules and regulations of the city charter and the Constitution and laws of the state of New Hampshire, so help you God. Thank you all.
Thank you. Master Plan Committee, there being no objection, I will confirm the new appointment of Jonathan Spiro Savitt of 39 Coburn Ave, Nashua to the Master Plan Committee. Mr. Savitt, you are here to take the oath of office this evening?
Yes.
Thank you.
You have your right hand raised. You solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the Master Plan Committee of the City of Nashua, according to the best of your abilities and agreeably to the rules and regulations of the city charter and the Constitution and laws of the state of New Hampshire, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
National Arts Commission, there being no objection, I'll confirm the reappointments of the following individuals to the National Arts Commission. Judith Carlson, 5 Manchester Street, Nashua, and Paula Flam, 28 Lutheran Drive, Nashua, for terms to expire April 1st, 2023. New appointment, Steve Ruddick, 5 Town Crier Road, Amherst, for a term to expire July 30th, 2023. And Travis Tripodi, 34 Lawndale Ave, Nashua, for a term to expire April 1st, 2023. If those
Madam Chair,
individuals
my address was wrong. It's 15, not 5.
Oh, sorry, 15 Manchester Street. Thank you, Ms. Carlson. Those named individuals will be given the oath of office.
Please all of you raise your right hand. Do solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the Nashua Arts Commission, according to the best of your abilities and agreeably to the rules and regulations of the city charter and the Constitution and laws of the state of New Hampshire, so help you God.
I do.
I do.
Thank you all.
Congratulations, and thank you for serving. Tax Increment Financing Advisory Board. There being no objection, I'll confirm the new appointment of Angelina Spilios, 15 Technology Way, Nashua, with a term to expire September 30th, 2021, to the Tax Increment Financing Advisory Board. Is Ms. Spilios here this evening?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you'll be sworn in.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the Tax Increment Finance Advisory Board of the City of Nashua, according to the best of your abilities and agreeably to the rules and regulations of the city charter and the Constitution and laws of the state of New Hampshire, so help you God.
I do.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Unfinished business resolutions.
Second reading of Resolution R 2071, authorizing the mayor and city treasurer to issue bonds not to exceed the amount of $8 million for 2 construction projects consisting of a publicly accessible ground level parking garage, $2,500,000, and additional funding for the proposed Performing Arts Center, $5,500,000.
Alderman Lopez.
A motion for a final passage of R 20071 by roll call.
Motion is for final passage of R 2071 by roll call. Discussion on that motion. Alderman Cleaver.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam President, I move to divide the question. These are 2 very different projects, 2 very different scenarios, and with 2 very different backgrounds, and they need to be developed and discussed separately.
Okay, the motion is to divide. I might need a little help, Corporation Counsel.
If this motion passes, it will require additional public hearings on each separate project.
And in that case, we might not be able to close if our closing for the Performing Arts bond has to be done by December 15th. Is that right?
I think you would run into a time crunch. Might be averted by having special meetings or something, but the public hearings do have an advertising requirement with the necessary delay that would entail.
Okay, so the motion by Alderman Cleaver is to separate the two issues in this bond resolution. Any discussion on that motion? Alderman Lopez.
Yeah, we did discuss this in committee, and I'm still opposed to it because the concept that's linking these to the neighborhood that they affect and the TIF and the bonding relationship. I did find the comments that were made earlier in public comment to be unfortunate, in my opinion. Both Bob Keating and SOP have positioned themselves to help the residents of Bronstein. This participation is new. They did reach out to me previously and throughout the year, and as long as I was in them with but they've been taking steps on their own, independent, including offering to the residents of Bronstein solutions that are not feasible or realistic. I Bronstein, I know families that are there, and not through going out and getting to know them so that I could use their voice, but because I've worked with them for years on volunteer projects up here, and just seeing them around the community. And they don't want to raise their families on a School Street apartment building configuration that's realistic that would let anywhere near the number of families in Bronstein move into school. There's very little chance to coerce a developer taking off project and the expense that it unfolds to. There's been no offer from GSOP or any of these members of the faith to implement this program, provide any support. Trying to combine different projects run by two different partners, and they're going to set up a false dichotomy, I think. I said the Housing Authority has been working on this for years, realigning their full status so that they would be able to take on projects like this, recognizing the larger amount of need for housing, as well as the shortage of public funds available to provide that housing. They saw the housing capacity shortage long before anybody else did and started working on steps to mitigate that. And I think it does a tremendous amount of disservice to people who are authentically trying to help people in public housing to stall this project in town. When you're talking about people who won't be able to get into housing the next couple of years because it won't exist, because you'll have sidetracked the discussion, focusing on one smaller project that has nothing to do with the other one. It really is not meant to be a permanent housing or affordable housing, and financial over that. And I advocated for that at the too, and it just did not make financial sense. You would throw away an opportunity to build affordable housing with the public housing program and drag them into this. I think that's very unfortunate. I think the survey that they sent out is clearly their own words. I question their commitment to letting Bronstein residents speak for themselves. That phrase that's in the term, or that's in the petition that they have, the School Street flats, has literally only ever been used as SOP. No one has referred to it as that. We call it the School Street project here. And the developer is willing to move with one-bedroom apartments because that's how he can make his project work. For community agency or organization that is newly formed and not fully engaged in the community to try to speak on behalf of both elected officials who do work with residents and developers who are actually putting money on the table while offering neither is extremely nice, I think. It's unfortunate. There's a lot of other projects that we could be working on, or GSOP could be providing really useful information or guidance on. There are other public housing programs I'd like to focus on. But I would point out that the Public Housing Authority is the biggest provider in town. And they're not the ones that we necessarily need to be focusing on. They do have a relationship with their residents, and they have been meeting with them throughout this project. And they have set up 2 housing navigators to address this problem, where I think duplicating that and creating a completely set of and asking for more meetings with different stakeholders is disingenuous. That does not improve the project's value. It does not help those individuals find housing that's appropriate for them. I don't think it accomplishes anything but distracts from this. So I don't think these two issues should be separated at all, because Bronx should never have been as a component. This School Street lot, it's an empty parking lot. Right now, it can be developed to actually bring in tax revenue and put people into that neighborhood that can spend money in those stores and sources. The actual abutting neighbors who were all opposed to this are now in favor of it and supporting it. Arbor Homes, Nashua Wall. I have talked to them. I don't know whether GOP has, and I don't see a reason that these need to be separated. I think this is a good fit. It's exactly what the Performing Arts Center was supposed to be doing, bringing economic development and stimulus. And this is a good use of bonding and TIF money.
All set, Alderman Lopez?
Yep, thanks for your attention.
Alderman Cleaver?
Yes. Alderman Lopez brings out all the points and all the reasons why these two should be separated. Performing Arts Center should go ahead. I'm strongly in support of it. I think that most of my constituents are strongly in support of it. But School Street has a lot of issues not associated with Bronstein that need to be discussed. They're separate issues and should be separately addressed. Thank you.
Alderman Clay?
Thank you, Madam President. Excuse me. I'm not going to repeat what Alderman Lopez said. Well, maybe a little bit of what he said, but the truth is he made all the valid points about Bronstein, so I will leave it at that. The points that I want to make are about the parking garage and the need for that. When as Alderman Lopez had commented, when the abutters had found out that they were going to be losing that parking lot, they were quite upset by it. And the truth of the matter is, they were told, well, you can use a high street parking garage, but we all knew that some of those spaces would be leased out to this housing project. So the long and the short of it was they were angry, they were upset. They went to City Hall. They made a lot of phone calls. I know I received phone calls, and I'm sure many of the other aldermen did. I think City Hall reached out. They worked out an arrangement. They worked out an arrangement with the abutters. They worked out an arrangement with the those that were doing the project, and everybody kind of put everything on the table. They came up with this parking garage, and then we would basically lease or sell the airspace above the parking garage. The city would still maintain that. It would not be used by the those that live within the apartment, and it would still be city revenue. It would still be used by those people that are the abutters. So it became a win-win-win situation. The PAC, the additional cost for the PAC actually got bundled into this, I believe, just because of the TIF. This developer had decided that, yes, he was there because he knew what we were going to be doing with the Performing Arts Center. And so as not to create another bond that would be a tax burden, they created this TIF. So this was revenue that, although is not realized from the taxes, it was going to be used specifically and dedicated for the payment off of the bonds, of both of those bonds. So to me, it all does go together. To separate it, to take the chance that we would delay the acceptance of the, to be able to do our closing, because we can't do our closing without having a bond for this. So that would mean, as I think as Attorney Bolton said, it would mean having to have public hearings. It would also mean having to now create a funding source for the Performing Arts Center when this entire package does that. It's a one-stop shop. It helped the abutters. It helped with revenue that has not yet been realized. It kept everybody kind of happy without putting undue burden on the taxpayers. I think it's a win-win situation, and I think we'd be making a mistake if we tried to separate it. And while I truly respect everything that Alderman Cleaver said, I really can't support that. Thank you.
Anyone else on the motion to split? Alderman Tenza.
I had my hand up too. Alderman.
Okay, I'll get to you right after Alderman Tenza.
Yeah, me
And
too.
Alderwoman Kelly did have her hand up first, so I have no problem deferring to her, waiting till after. If you'd like to recognize her first, Madam President.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Thank you, Alderman Tenza. That was unnecessary. I just didn't, I wasn't sure if you could see me. I'm a little dark in the room I'm sitting in. So I will keep this brief. I think I appreciate what Alderman Cleaver is trying to do here, but I will not be supporting it. I think a lot of people before me have explained how a lot of these things go hand in hand. We're talking about vibrancy of downtown. And because we're talking about a performing arts center, we now have multiple opportunities to develop. And because of that, we also need to look at parking expansion in our downtown. I would be remiss if I didn't say that as in my 3 years of alderman, parking is one of the things I hear about probably the most. And so I think adding parking in downtown is just a smart thing to be considering with all this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Tenza.
Thank you. And Madam President, in defense of Alderman Cleaver's motion, we all received a letter from City Hall on July 1st about this situation. The letter states that there are 130 surface parking spaces down in this area without bonding the $2.5 million to raise this building. And then there are about 270 spaces available in the garage, which was significantly more than the number of parking spaces that the owners of the businesses downtown said they needed at their peak hours. We have talked about this School Street parking or School Street development, making it into housing for some time. When we discussed it, raising the building and making a parking garage underneath was not part of that process or part of that plan until more recently. So I believe that nothing has changed since July when we got that letter. That parking is an issue all over downtown, but there are ways that we can make the current situation feasible for everyone involved. Also, too, in the infrastructure committee, we've been telling people for probably over a year now that there's a parking study, which is going to start in spring of 2021 for downtown parking. Certainly if the parking study came back and said, yes, you need these parking spots, I think that would be different. And then we would have an expert who could tell us that this is necessary for us to spend the money. Third, the city has been talking about this performing arts center for 30 years, trying to make it a reality. People have been working very hard over the past 3, 4, 5 years to bring the current PAC into fruition, raising money, doing the architecture. I don't understand why we're muddying all the good work that they've done and trying to put this parking $2.5 million bond along with it. So I will support Alderman Cleaver's motion. I think, like him, I support the $5.5 million. I think we can still do the TIF. We can still develop that School Street lot. But I don't believe that we need to spend the additional $2.5 million for the parking spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Alderman Dowd.
Yes, I'm going to try and be as brief as possible. These things are really tied together. The development on School Street came to fruition because of the Performing Arts Center. The fact that the parking garage had to be talked about going under that was a compromise to all the neighbors who, if we separate this and not do the parking underneath, is an affront to all those people in that neighborhood and will be a hardship to them. So there's like dominoes. Also, the TIF is the wording is also includes the two items. If we separate these, we'll have to have two new public hearings. We may not be able to close by December. And I work with a contractor every single day that's involved with the Performing Arts Center. If we don't close in December, the price is going up and the 5.5 million will not be enough. We need to get this done now. So I will not support separating these.
Anyone else on the motion to separate the bond into two separate resolutions? Seeing none, the motion is to split the issue. Would the clerk please call Alderman Lou? You're on mute, Alderman Lou.
Thank you. I didn't raise my hand because I thought Alderman O'Brien would be called on, but I just had a question. I don't understand about the December 15th bond closing. Are we talking about a bond closing or the closing on the Performing Arts Center construction?
I'm going to let Alderman Dowd, that went to budget. Do you have that answer?
I think Attorney Bolton wants to address it. Correct?
Okay, Attorney Bolton.
The closing that's being referred to as being scheduled for December is on the new market tax credit arrangement.
Thank you. Just a follow-up.
Yes.
Did I miss a meeting? I have not heard that we have a closing date for that. But it seems that everyone else is aware of it. So was that discussed?
Yeah, we've talked about it. We've talked about it at least at budget.
December 15th?
I don't know.
Definitely at that meeting.
Pardon me?
December 15th is the date we have to close for the new market tax credits, or we won't get them this time around.
Great, thank you.
You're
also,
welcome.
Director Cummings is on if you'd like to get some input from him, President Wilshire.
Director Cummings, did you want to add something to that?
No, Madam Chair, I believe you've covered it with the responses.
Okay. Thank you.
If I may.
Alderman O'Brien.
Thank you. I did have my hand up. You may have perhaps not seen it.
Well, there are a lot of people on. It's hard to see everybody. If you raise your hand in the participant list.
Here. But thank you, Madam Chair, for President, for recognizing me. I would like to echo basically, and to be brief, exactly what relayed to by Alderman Dowd. And although I agree with some previous speakers have said there is a pending traffic study, but one thing we've always heard with this particular project of the Performing Arts Center, and we all heard it, parking, parking, and parking. And yes, we did make commitments in the neighborhood, and particularly with this developer, to increase parking, but putting in additional parking, yes, it's relatively close to a parking garage. But if there's one thing, if we're going to get the people, in which I think we are going to get the people that got to come in, let's not be short-sighted and look at the people who will be attending and the events at the Performing Arts Center and allow them to enjoy their evening with plenty of adjacent parking to the facility. So I think it does fit in. I agree with Alderman Dowd. This is a hand and glove issue. The question should not be separated. Both are germane to each other. And I would recommend fellow members of the board to support it because it will increase the enjoyment of our citizens. Thank you.
Anyone else? The motion is to split the bond, 2.5 million for the garage and 5.5 million for the Performing Arts Center. That's the motion. Any further discussion on the motion? Would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
No.
Alderman Clee,
No.
Alderwoman Kelly,
No.
Alderman Dowd,
No.
Alderman Karen,
yes,
Alderman Clemmons,
No.
Alderman Lopez,
No.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
No.
Alderman Laws,
No.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
No.
You have 6 yeas and 9 nays.
And that motion fails. Motion before us is for final passage of Resolution 2071. Further discussion on the motion? Not seeing anyone. Alderman Jettie.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm going to be voting against this. You know, I've said it before, and I hate to repeat it again, but you know, 3 years ago, we asked the voters to express their opinion about this Performing Arts Center, and I told the voters of Ward 5, my ward, that that I would vote the same way they voted, and they voted against this Performing Arts Center. The city was split. You know, it passed citywide with less than 51% of the vote. So 51% in favor, 49% against. So people, you know, were hardly overwhelmingly in favor of this, which at the time was a $15.5 million project. Now it is a $25 million project. And, you know, who knows how people would vote if they had the opportunity again. But I doubt very much that the people who are against it at $15.5 million would be in favor of it at $25 million. So adding, you know, what this resolution does is it adds $5.5 million to the cost of this Performing Arts Center, and it also adds $2.5 million for the cost of building this parking garage. The parking, you know, the developer of the parking garage provided, you know, a proposal, which is, you know, still the proposal that's pending, and he proposed to build this apartment building with a deal where he would purchase the School Street parking lot for $900,000. The city would have to spend $100,000 on infrastructure improvements, but we would get a net of $800,000. He's also you know, going to be providing payment for parking in the High Street parking garage for his tenants. This parking garage that's being proposed came about as a result of very hard lobbying by, you know, one business in particular that enjoys having free parking across the street from its business in the School Street parking lot, and was upset about losing that free parking for its customers. And At the time, I was sensitive to, the idea of losing the parking in the School Street parking lot. But the mayor and Director Cummings, convinced me with, facts about how much parking was available, and that parking really would not be a problem. That the patrons of this particular business would have plenty of alternative parking, even with the loss of the School Street parking lot. However, that business was able to convince apparently the mayor and Director Cummings and some aldermen that this parking was necessary. So this proposal to raise the building and build a parking lot, a parking garage, essentially underneath the apartment building, 50 spaces at a cost of $2.5 million. So the deal that the developer originally proposed, where he would pay us a net of $800,000, is now turned into a deal where we are going to pay $2.5 million to build this garage, plus $100,000 in infrastructure improvements in exchange for getting $900,000. So the net, that I see is that selling this building to this developer is going to cost us, instead of getting money, it's going to cost us $1.75 million. Now the argument that's made is that the tax revenue generated by this new apartment building is going to pay for all of this. Now the revenue that is estimated by the fiscal note says that the revenue we're going to get is going to be between 1.4 to 1.5 million over 5 years. So that's 280,000 to 300,000 a year in tax revenue from this new building. The $8 million bond that we're being asked to authorize, the fiscal note says is going to cost us $426,569 a year. So the revenue from the new building is not going to pay for this bond. It's going to be short. Plus, the Performing Arts Center, don't forget, the original $15.5 million bond, the fiscal note says that's going to cost us $1,075,000 a year. So the original $15.5 million plus this $8 million bond that we're being asked to authorize tonight, the total combined is going to be $1.5 million a year in cost. It's going to cost us $1.5 million a year to service this debt. So this doesn't sound like a good deal to me. This doesn't sound like that we ought to be going ahead with this. So for those reasons, I'm going to be voting against this.
Anyone else? Alderman Clemens.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. Obviously, things change, projects change, timelines change. It's the world we live in. I was supposed to go to Las Vegas for the first time this this April, and it didn't happen because of COVID-19. So, you know, stuff comes up and then you got to deal with it. So, you know, we have the project for the Performing Arts Center, which was approved by the voters back in 2017, and the so that was 3 years ago, and the project, you know, came across a couple of different changes that had to be made that were unforeseen at the time, because nothing is perfect, and you have to approach things that, you know, sometimes things are gonna change. And the key here is that the spirit of the project is still well intact. We have raised the $4 million for the Performing Arts Center, and we have also fulfilled the cost gap that the $5 million here, in paying for that without affecting taxpayers negatively. So yes, I believe that this project is very, that this School Street project is very tied to the Performing Arts Center. The School Street project itself has gone through iterations back from when it was originally proposed to be developed. I was on a steering committee back in I want to say it was 2016, and that was with the former alderman from Ward 9. His name escapes me, and Alderman McCarthy, and we were talking in that meeting was what was, you know, an RFP that was going out for what would be the uses of that particular lot. And, you know, the things that were discussed at that time were the potential of a hotel being there. And of course, retail was also discussed, and as well as building apartment unit. And my preference, obviously, back then and up until recently, was to build a hotel. I also didn't like the project because it took away the parking. And I thought that was a need that, you know, that wasn't addressed properly the way that it was originally designed. So, you know, as all plans come out, the public hears it, the public gets word of it, especially the abutters, and they shared my concerns as well, all of them. And in that process, the city came up with a compromise. And the compromise was, well, we'll pay for the parking that we're going to keep, you know, and you can utilize that. And yes, it will reduce some of the spaces, but you'll get to keep the majority of them, and we'll still get to build the project. Nothing in life is perfect. But I can tell you this, having been a part of this project since its conception in 2016, and really 2015 before that, this is a project that has gone through iterations like any other project. And the good news on this one is that we have a developer that's willing to work with us, that's willing to listen to the needs of the abutters and the businesses that are there. And in addition to that, we have a developer that is going to fill a need in this city that the mayor spoke about earlier, which is a need for smaller unit apartments, studios and one bedroom. I have to say that I agree 100% with everything that Alderman Lopez had brought up previously. I couldn't have said it better myself, to be honest. And you know, it's one of those things where I wasn't elected to simply be an echo chamber. I was elected to make decisions that are going to be for the benefit of this city, not only in the moment, but for years down the road. The decisions that we make today have impacts that will last through this city for generations to come. And there are many examples of that. And I'm proud of some of the accomplishments that I've had. And I hope that I can add this one as a feather in my cap as well. And again, none of these things have happened without compromise. Look at the Broad Street Parkway. It was supposed to be a 4-lane parkway that was going to be designed or going to be built with no taxpayer money. Well, that didn't happen, but we still got it done. It's a beautiful road and it serves our city well. We weren't supposed to buy the Penachuk either. We were going to take it over by eminent domain. But we bought it and it's run as a private company. That wasn't originally the plan. Nothing that comes before this board is usually the way that it originally came in, especially with big projects like this. It's just the reality of life. And we should accept that. And we should understand that compromise is not a dirty word. I can understand the need or the want for wanting the project to have affordable housing component, not liking the fact that we're raising it. Maybe the building isn't, maybe it's ugly to some people. Here, I'm going to lay it on the line for you folks. This is it. If you want the Performing Arts Center to happen, then you should vote yes on this. Because otherwise, it's not going to happen. I can tell you that right now. This is our chance. This is our chance. So my recommendation would be that we move forward with this and we understand and we recognize that it is a compromise that is not perfect, that has a lot of moving parts, and that, however, it is the best option that we have to get to our end goal, which is to have a performing arts center in this city. So I would strongly encourage my colleagues, if you want to see a performing arts center in Nashua, I would strongly encourage you to vote yes tonight on this, because I don't foresee us having the opportunity to do it for much longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to echo two things that Alderman Clemens just said. He said that this is about the future and all things go through an evolution. That's how cities run. We don't make a decision and make it happen immediately. Things have to be talked over, discussed, planned, and changed when necessary. And this was certainly something that needed to be evolving. Before I was elected, Alderman McCarthy started talking about having a performing arts center in the city. And this was so exciting. So exciting that I took some time to study what was going on in Concord and in Portsmouth with their arts and performance programs that they had. It was stunning, the amount of people that were coming in, the business that was hitting downtown, keeping it a healthier and more vibrant area. And this is what I knew we needed downtown, because sometimes you go down and it's just dead. So I firmly I firmly support the Performing Arts Center because of what I studied, because there's so many people in Ward 1 that I talked to that said they wanted it. Just under 50% of the people in Ward 1 voted for this. And I had one criteria that we had to come up with a $4 million. It's there. We've got it. I'm so pleased. The other part of this is the building that's going to be new housing downtown. We need this. It's perfect for that area, but I wouldn't vote for it until we had something to do with more parking in the area, because we know that that was a real boogie down there. It just couldn't just go ahead and build more housing without having prepared something for the future. So that evolved as well. And so a garage underneath is perfect. Aligning these two together in one bill is absolutely, it's the smartest thing to do. I'm supporting this 100%. I hope everybody will join me in this. I think it's good for this city's future. Thank you.
Alderman Lopez.
I just want to comment on some observations that were made earlier, that I want to kind of make sure that we're thinking about this efficiently here. We were talking about how many single parking spaces were being added by the parking garage versus how many were lost. Now, you don't need a parking study to tell us that if we put a building in a parking lot, we lose those parking spaces. And we don't need it to tell us that if we raise that building, we don't lose those parking spaces. And it's important to remember that if we did lose those parking spaces, then we have to get those parking spaces from somewhere. So what was being told to us from economic development was that they were going to get the parking from parking garage, which was taking spaces away that locals were objecting to. Business that benefited from having parking across the lot from them. There is a business that has its own parking lot that was objecting strenuously. They weren't going to live or die by that particular change. They were, in fact, much more concerned about the impact construction might have on them. They've resolved those concerns. There was another business which didn't benefit from having free parking. It needed it. The same way that other restaurants and other businesses need parking, because you don't make any money or generate any revenue if people can't park in proximity to your location. It wasn't like a want, it was a wish. It was an absolutely for that business to survive, especially given the climate where, now we're dealing with COVID-19 and closing down restaurants. And that business also rightly pointed out that they've contributed a huge amount of revenue to nonprofit organizations over the years, the few of their presence downtown. So it is important to consider the economic impact of taking away that they need. And I think it of the planning that we were able to recognize a compromise that actually improves the situation by adding new residents right across the street from them and maintaining their parking. So there's a lot of ways that this project actually improves the situation there rather than detracting from it. There was also a nonprofit organization that was concerned about employees would park. First and foremost, by not taking away those parking spaces in order to provide for a new housing program. So those parking lots that we were talking about, they are not just individual units that were going and being added in simple arithmetic terms. It was a much complex dynamic that was at work, and they found a good solution. I was very pessimistic towards this when it first began. I myself was more focused on public house, affordable house, not with that footprint and not in that particular area. But I did think it was an opportunity maybe for workforce housing. Now, that opportunity still exists, assuming you have the building. If you have a developer who's willing to build a building, then things may change over time or over the years. But this project, we get a developer developing a building. He has the opportunity to succeed. And it may be some future days workforce housing. That's the way things turn. In the meantime, we can focus our efforts on expanding affordable housing and low-income housing in areas and scenarios that are appropriate for them. I don't think it's ever an appropriate solution to try to help the poor by shoehorning them into an extremely inconvenient spot just because you're not willing to look for other options. We have other parts of the city that need development. We have other buildings that really need to be repurposed and reimagined. I know Elm Street has been brought up, but there's also buildings on there's buildings on Spruce Street. We do need to look at affordable housing, but we should be putting our effort and our time into places that will yield results that will provide quality housing and an effective scenario for the people that are going to take it. So I think the housing project and the subsequent dispute over whether or not there's parking has immensely distracted from the other parts of this. And I think they need to be considered in total. I think it was common that perhaps the Nashua public wouldn't vote for the Performing Arts Center if it were introduced again. I don't know that that's the case. I think first and foremost, personally, I'm not really that interested in performing arts venue. I'm really interested in an economic anchor downtown because that's what we were actually trying to do in the first place. We lost Alex Shoe Store. We have never been able to regain the momentum and the inertia that having such a draw and such an attraction brings to the traffic downtown. Paul Shea and Great American Downtown has come up with 20 different ways that we've never even before in the intermediate times, whether it's the new muse festivals or farmers markets or all that kind of, and to keep that pilot light alive and keep businesses downtown having customers come to them. Even most recently with the COVID-19, when we had to manage how to give them outdoor seating, we've been working very hard to keep downtown a thriving and flourishing place, but that is taking its toll. And I think those are opportunities that if we actually had the anchor we lost in shoe stores, those efforts would be much, much more effective. So I think we need to look at the bigger picture here. We need to move this Performing Arts Center forward. Has been my biggest dissatisfactory note as alderman that we have taken so long to push this project forward when it's so needed downtown. And I understand what the need was for process, and I'm glad we've managed to bring some of the more advocate opponents, such as Mr. T-Boom, around by making sure that it was designed in a way that was well thought out. But it is well past time that we do this. Need it more than ever. We're looking at a likely economic downturn. And the first thing people are going to want to do in the next year and the year following is go out and be around people again. And this is an opportunity for us to give our residents the opportunity to do that in a new venue and a new place while giving it the best possible chance for success. So I hope aldermen will join me in doing this, because this effort and this project that we're working on has now already yielded results. It's time to harvest it. It's time to move forward. It's time to get the building projects off the ground. It's time to start building housing, and it's time to start building a Performing Arts Center.
Anyone else? Motion is for final passage. Not seeing anyone. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
No.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
No.
Alderman Jettie,
No.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
You have 12 yeas and 3 nays.
And that motion carries. Resolution 20-71 is declared duly adopted.
Second reading of Resolution R 2076, authorizing an energy performance contract and lease financing arrangement.
Alderman Harriet Gathright.
Madam President, I motion for final passage of R 20-076 by roll call.
Motion is for final passage. Discussion on that motion. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wiltshire.
Yes,
You are 15 yeas and 0 nays.
that motion carries and resolution 20-76 is declared duly adopted.
Second reading of resolution R 2077, renaming Columbus Day as Indigenous People Day in Nashua.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Thank you, President Wilshire. I actually have a question from a point of order. Do I have to move for final passage, then amend, or can I move for an amendment right away?
You can move for an amendment.
Great. So I'd like to amend the ordinance to reflect Indigenous peoples with an S apostrophe at the end. I feel badly that as a writer, I did not see that grammatical error, and I hope that the board will indulge me for a moment to make sure that that gets done correctly.
Okay. Do you have a motion, Alderwoman Kelly?
I said I move to amend.
Okay. Any discussion on that? Would the clerk call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wiltshire.
Yes,
You have 15 yeas and 0 nays.
and that motion carries. Alderwoman Kelly.
I would move for final passage of R 20077 as amended by roll call.
The motion is for final passage as amended. Discussion on that motion. Alderman Lopez. Oh. Alderman Lopez.
No takebacks.
I should have said. I should have said I wanted to talk. It's fine. Go ahead.
Sorry.
I will yield my. She can talk first. This is her motion.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Second time I did this tonight. It was not intentional. Thank you.
All right.
I will keep it short. I just want to thank everyone for entertaining this piece of legislation. Most of what I had planned to say was brought forward by other constituents. As you can see by the people who came to speak at public comment and also the letters that we received, there is definite support, especially in Nashua and also in our Indigenous people in New Hampshire. So I think this is an important piece for us to do. And I just want to thank everyone for coming forward and sharing their stories. So thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Lopez.
Yeah, just to clarify some comments that were made or observation in public comment. I feel slightly maligned just because the commenter himself is usually extremely diligent about detail, and he kind of did not provide some context for the comments he objected to. But when I was saying that we need to have an opportunity for public to discuss this and to debate it and weigh in on it, that was being taken into account by the committee time. We had decided, I had initially like, this is a big step, and other members had said we shouldn't necessarily move on this without getting any kind of input. And I had objected to just changing the name cosmetically without getting any kind of input and creating that kind of dialogue from the community in general. But as we all know, Columbus Day has passed. So this legislation doesn't impact anything until next year. And as was stated in the meeting, we can amend or enhance the legislation further. We change or we names or we make declarations of certain days as a city all the time, and no, this one in particular, I guess, is special. But I just was advocating in those comments for making sure that we had not only just a name change, but a celebration or some substance behind it, where we actually talked about the history of Indigenous peoples in Nashua and maybe took a careful look at how we describe the history of our city in that context, because there definitely are some edits when it comes to what was going on during Anne's War and King Philip's War. We sort of just start up in the Mill era and go from there. So I look at this as an opportunity. Alderman Kelly has started the ball rolling, and this is the opportunity for us to recognize that we have something to celebrate. But I think we do have to have that dialogue coming up over the next year over how we're going to celebrate it and what it actually means.
Alderman Clemens.
Thank you. Yeah, I will be brief as well. I know I also want to clear up something that was said in public comment, and I do want to also just recognize that I completely understood from the perspective that Alderman Lopez was talking about, in the sense that my suggestion that evening was to see if we could move it to get it done for this Columbus Day, which was not possible due to the calendar. And I think people brought up that, we wanted to hear from constituents and we have more time and things like that. It went through the bill went through the normal process, just like anything else. So to say that it didn't have, that nobody knew about it or anything like that is just false. It went through our normal legislative process. The other thing that I want to clear up as well is that it is not without precedent that this city changes the name of a holiday, because we have done it before. When New Hampshire refused for years to adopt Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Nashua did it well before. So we can, there is precedent here for doing that, and I think that we should move forward and adopt Indigenous Peoples Day for all the reasons that have been stated by my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Clayton.
Thank you, Madam President. I have to say that I went through school, like so many other people, learning that Columbus discovered America. The truth is that I've now learned that Columbus didn't discover America. He discovered what was the lands that were called the Americas. And he never stepped foot on the soils of North America. And it confused me why within North America we were celebrating a man that never actually stepped on our soil. So I decided to do a little homework as to why we're here. So if you don't mind, I'd kind of like to share some of my knowledge.
Okay.
Very little knowledge. And you know what they say about people with little knowledge. So the very first recorded day of celebrating Columbus Day was in New York City in 1792. That was the 300th anniversary of his voyage to the Americas. This was lobbied by the Knights of Columbus, which was primarily an Italian Roman Catholic membership, to create a proclamation urging Americans to celebrate the day. In 1937, FDR created the first federal observance of Columbus Day. In 1972, President Nixon established the modern holiday by presidential proclamation. So what I learned is that this holiday was originally created to celebrate Italian Americans. And the name of Christopher Columbus was just kind of insert here. So I believe that, as I said, Christopher Columbus was an easy grab. The truth is, I'd love to see we celebrate and honor Italian Americans and not celebrate Christopher Columbus, who never set foot on our soils. While I'm giving my opinion, I'd also like to see an Indigenous Peoples Day created and become a federal holiday. I don't think that they should get a recycled holiday. I know it's to cover up the Columbus, the name of Christopher Columbus, and I don't blame people. I'm sorry, but from everything I've read about everything that he's done, it's horrendous. He was taken back in shackles to Spain because of some of the things he did as a governor. Granted, because of political reasons, 6 weeks later, they released him and gave him money for another voyage, but that's another story for another day. Having said this, I know that I'm not going to be popular with my colleagues, but I would like to make a motion to put this on the ballot for November of 2021. And the reason I want to do this is simply because I think that we are making a change. And it's not like Martin Luther King Day, where we took Civil Rights Day that New Hampshire wanted, and we changed it to Martin Luther King Day. We didn't alienate any group. By doing this, we are alienating another group. I would love to see a proclamation that made a particular day here in Nashua Indigenous Peoples Day. I think that would be the right thing to do. I think on a federal level, I would love to see a federal holiday. But having said that, I don't know the protocol of putting a motion through. I feel that it won't go, but I also do want to put it to my colleagues. Attorney
So your
Bolton,
motion would be to put this on the ballot.
that's correct. Is it appropriate for me to do that now, or?
Yes.
Okay,
That's
so
your
that is
motion?
my motion to put this on the ballot.
Point of order. What is the date of the next election that this could actually be on the ballot for?
I think it's November 2021. Is that correct, Attorney Bolton?
I think so.
Well, you could schedule a special election and do it sooner. But the next municipal election is in November of 2021. I think appropriately, this would be considered as being an amendment to the proposed measure, amending it to put the question on the ballot in a non-binding referendum. There is no provision of New Hampshire law that would allow the Board of Aldermen to delegate its authority to a referendum on matters such as this, matters within the authority of the board. But a non-binding referendum has been done before.
So I guess I have a question for Attorney Bolton, if the president would
Alderman
indulge
Lopez.
me. If we do this, like we amend this, then that means we do not change the name of the city level celebration of next Columbus Day. Therefore, we do not have an Indigenous Peoples Day. We just put it on the ballot and then kick it down to another year.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Closer to a year plus.
Because we have to wait for another Columbus Indigenous people.
Right.
Thank you for explaining.
Alderman Clemens.
Yes, thank you. I won't support and with all due respect to Alderman Clee, who I have the utmost respect for, but I can't support putting this on the ballot. And it's going to sound weird, but to me, it almost is. And let me preface this. I understand the Italian heritage. I get it, and I get the Knights of Columbus. Although I'm not Italian, come from a Catholic background, and I understand. I've worked in Boston, heavily Italian areas, and don't go to the North End on Columbus Day to try to go to eat without a reservation. It's a bad idea, stuff like that. I get it. However, I think that, we have in this country, we have done some terrible things to our native peoples. And, you know, to have a holiday that celebrates basically a person, a conquistador in all truth, who didn't even know where he was going and just ended up in Santo Domingo, I think is just, you couldn't have come up with a better person to represent the Italian Americans. Like he's not even he wasn't even American. So the thing is that I felt very similar a few years ago. In fact, on Facebook, if you were to go back into my Facebook profile, you will find that about 4 or 5 years ago, I put a post that was very similar to what Alderman Klee said, and that is that why would we recycle a holiday? In other words, why would we want to give a holiday in the name of Indigenous people and sort of replace that with a day and replace that with a day of somebody who savaged basically Indigenous people? Why would we want to do that? We should give them their own day that's not associated with that. However, 12, as was mentioned earlier, 12 states have already done this. We're down the road now where this is going to eventually become the standard. And so we might as well get on board, and we may as well do it effectively through our leadership here. I do not believe that it is appropriate to put on the ballot a question of pitting one group of people against another and basically saying, duke it out. That is what, Southern Democrats would wanted to do through voter suppression and things like that in the 1950s. They'd say, well, why don't we let the voters decide if we're going to give people civil rights? Well, if half the population wasn't eligible to vote, then that's an unfair election, right? And this is similar to that. I have to imagine that there's more Italian Americans in Nashua than there are Indigenous people. And that's not to say that that people can't choose to do something different, but I just don't think that in my opinion, that it's an ethical choice. I think we were here, we were elected to make hard decisions. We were not here to divide the community on such topics like this. And I really hope that my colleagues can understand that, and we can move forward with simply changing the name of the holiday without having to have the public weigh in what will become a battle royale over a man that doesn't deserve the attention. Thank you.
Alderman Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't think this is recycling a date. I think this is overriding a date. I think this is saying that one was wrong. We're going to do it right this time. Imagine right now around the country, statues are being taken down. Why are they being taken down? Because they have the wrong side of history behind them. This also does. This needs to come down, and it needs to have the name changed. That's what I think, and I really would like everybody to agree with that. Thank you.
Alderman Clayton.
Thank you so much. First, let me make it very clear that I am definitely for an Indigenous Peoples Day. I think it's long time coming, and it's something that we need to do. I also have no problem taking down statues of Columbus, Christopher Columbus, for the reasons as I stated earlier. I also have no problem with getting rid of Christopher Columbus Day as a federal holiday. If we wanted to rename it, I had no problems with Italian American Day. The thing is that I don't believe that we are pitting our citizens against each other. Truthfully, I can honestly tell you that I have had a lot of phone calls on this, and it's really been equal. It has not been lopsided one side. So I don't feel that whichever way I decided, whichever way I voted, I would be alienating any of my constituents, because I think it's fairly even on both sides. I don't want to continue to see Christopher Columbus Day. I really don't. I just do not want to send the message that we are trying to do anything to the Italian Americans, and I know that that's not what anybody is saying. It's saying let's right the wrong, and as Alderman Schmidt truly put it properly, we're not really recycling the day. We're just kind of saying this is not acceptable, and let's send him away. And I agree with that. I truthfully do. Everything I've read just honestly disgusts me. And the fact that he was never on our soil confuses the crap out of me. And pardon me for using such language, but it does. I don't know why we celebrate it other than it was just a name grab. So I will stop there. I think I've made my points.
Alderman Dowd.
I do support, and I think it's long overdue that we have the Indigenous holiday. I am afraid that at this point in time that we are pitting Democrats against Republicans. I hope that's not the case, but anyway, I do support that part of it. I have two clarifying questions that I'd like to get answered before. One is we have several contracts, including some that are coming up before us soon, that list Columbus Day. I want to, Attorney Bolton, in the contracts, when it says Columbus Day for a holiday, is that related to the federal name of the holiday? It's related to the date where by tradition Columbus Day is scheduled. I'm sure the various bargaining units who have that in their contract won't miss a day off. They will point it out to us. So we don't need to amend the contracts then? Okay. It'll work out just fine and people will get the day off. I don't think it'll be a problem. Yeah, I'm sure they would. The other question I have is for any of the state reps, where is this as far as being considered by the state for state holiday?
Alderman Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam President. The bill is already being created. It will be coming up in January. Hopefully, it will pass this year. It came very close to going through all of the process, but we had a very unusual year, if you noticed, and so some things got put aside. But yes, this is definitely something that's going to be coming up again, and I do believe that it will pass.
You all set, Alderman Dowd?
Yes, I think Alderman O'Brien wants to add in though.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to get to him. Alderman O'Brien.
Thank you. I'm gonna, as most of you know, I grew up in Boston. I went to a high school called Don Bosco Technical High School. It was taught by the, as you could tell by the name of Don Bosco, it was taught by the Salesian Orders, which is predominantly Italian. So let me do some favor to my former teachers in expressing an Irishman coming to the defense of my Italian friends. growing up in Boston, Columbus Day had a lot of meanings, particularly for the Italian American community. In the North End, it was greatly celebrated. It's a moment of pride for them. It's a long-standing holiday before it even became a federal holiday. Like Alderman Clee mentioned, it has its roots early in the United States in 1792 in New York City by the Tammany Hall Society. And it was also used by the Massachusetts Historical Society to celebrate the 300th anniversary of Columbus landing in the New World. But at the 400th anniversary in 1892, right before that, there was a lynching in New Orleans where a mob had murdered 11 Italian immigrants. President at the time, Benjamin Harrison, declared Columbus Day as a one-time national celebration. And the proclamation was a wide effort to try to placate the Italian Americans at the time, and also used to ease diplomatic tensions with Italy. So to say that it doesn't have any embrace by the Italo-American community, it does. I don't understand what Alderman Clemens means by it going to a public vote, a pit one group against the other, because that's exactly what you're doing here. I would like to be very selective when I'm going to throw a baby out with the bathwater. I have a lot of empathy to the Native Americans, and I support any other effort to recognize an Indigenous Peoples Day. But to do it on the backs of another group that has by long history, embraced Columbus Day as their day. I don't know of any other Italian American day that they can embrace. I mean, to me, it would almost be like you're taking away St. Patty's Day away from me. I fight you tooth and nail on that one. But the thing is, in 1934, as a result of lobbying, and Alderman Clee brings out, well, I don't know why you support Columbus. Well, you got to remember, Columbus came to America. He wasn't a conquistador. He was an explorer. And when Columbus came to America, he flew underneath the Spanish Principality flag of Ferdinand and Isabella, and looking for the way to get to China at the time of the Near East. And it was the Knights of Columbus that pushed for Columbus Day, mainly because Columbus and the Spanish, it was the first time that the religion of the Catholic religion was brought to this particular nation. And to the Italian Americans, as you know, predominantly like us Irish, of Catholic in nature. So it does have a religious connotation equally as well to it, and that's why it has the support of the Knights of Columbus. I am a Hibernian. The Knights of Columbus' job is to protect churches in the Catholic faith, and it's the same as the Hibernians, because at one time in American history, the No Name Party burnt Irish Catholic churches. And because of that, the Hibernians, our job was to protect the priests. And it's the same with the Knights of Columbus. So they embraced this particular day, and other presidents have even done it. And it was in 1966 that it really came to become more and celebrated. In 1968, much to the push by Mario Lucia from Buffalo, New York, an Italian American, to become a national federal holiday. And why on this particular day? Because believe it or not, it also coincides with the Canadian day that they celebrate Thanksgiving. And they've been celebrating their Thanksgiving since 1957. And it's recognized by the bond market and the U.S. Postal Service and many other agencies As a matter of fact, even branches of our military, it's very close to the founding fathers' birthday of the United States Navy, which was founded on October 13th in 1775. And believe it or not, it's Columbus Day, being a fellow sailor, I guess, also observes Columbus Day, as well as the Marine Corps, and that they are either rewarded with a 72 or 96-hour liberty period. I support, most definitely. I have, like I say, my empathy is great on having a day to have an Indigenous Peoples Day. Definitely it needs to be done. But to do it on the back of another ethnic group, prejudice of one group versus to bring up the prejudice of another group does not equal it to a positive reaction. So I am not going to support this, although I do support an Indigenous Peoples Day. And then I also would like to say, what are we doing? Why is it in this particular venue of a municipality? We could have people that got to have one leg in Hollis, where they say it's Columbus Day, and a person with another leg in Nashua, that could be an Indigenous Persons Day. I would feel much more comfortable if this was litigated and heard up at the state, and that the whole state rules on this in particular. And I think that would be a much better venue than have it done on the done here in the municipality. We got a lot of things on our plate to worry about. We got DPW contract is 3 years in arrears. We got the firefighters contract that hasn't been done. Yet I'm not saying this isn't an important issue, but we have our own municipal objectives that we need to really focus on. Yet this is, and by itself, a very important subject. And I don't mean to say that it isn't, but I question the venue that it's in. I would much rather have it at the state, but I want to go on record. I support the concept wholeheartedly, but to do it on the backs of my Italian-American friends, I don't want to go down that road. And so therefore, unfortunately, I can't support it in its present format. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Harriet Gathright.
Actually, I was going to give this long speech, but actually, I would like to move the question, and I do support it.
The motion is to move the question. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman Wilshire, we've been talking for a while. Can you remind people that the question is to put it on the ballot, not to approve?
Right. The question is to put it on the ballot. Correct.
Just wanted to make sure everyone was clear.
I was going to do the same thing. Thank you, Alderwoman Kelly.
This vote is to move the question.
Right. This vote is to move the question.
That's right. We have to move the question first. Thank you.
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Clee.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderman Karen.
Yes.
Alderman Clemens.
Yes.
Alderman Lopez.
No.
Alderman Tenza.
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
No.
Alderman Schmidt.
Yes.
Alderman Laws.
No.
Alderman Cleaver.
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright.
No.
Alderman Wilshire.
No.
You have 10 yeas and 5 nays.
And that motion carries. The motion before us is to amend Resolution 2777 and putting it on the ballot.
Excuse me, point of order. Was that a vote on moving the question?
That was a vote on moving the question.
Now it's the question.
Now it's the question, right?
Okay, thank you.
The motion is to put the R 2077 question on the ballot. Will the clerk call the roll?
Madam President, I have a point of order question.
Alderman Mtg.
Question for Attorney Bolton. So if the question we would be putting on the ballot is renaming Columbus Day as Indigenous Peoples' Day in Nashua, not selecting another day as Indigenous Peoples' Day, which I think was what Alderman Klee was looking for. Just want to make sure we understand what we're voting on. What we would put on the ballot is the question of renaming Columbus Day as Indigenous Peoples' Day. Am I not correct about that?
Yes, I think the question would actually read something like, shall the Board of Aldermen, or should the Board of Aldermen vote to rename Columbus Day as Indigenous Peoples' Day, or words to that effect. Had I known this was coming, I could have been more thoughtful as how to word it all. I think that's how it would come out.
Madam President?
We've had a motion to move the question.
No, I just wanted to clarify that Alderman Jettie, it was incorrect. I did want to just put the question as it stands now on the ballot. That was what my intent was. So thank you. I'm sorry.
Would the clerk please call the roll? The motion is to put this on the ballot.
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Klee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
No.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
No.
Alderman Lopez,
No.
Alderman Tenza,
No.
Alderwoman Lou,
No.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
No.
Alderman Laws,
No.
Alderman Cleaver,
No.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
No.
Alderman Wilshire.
No,
You have 5 yeas and 10 nays.
and that motion fails. Back to the motion for final passage of resolution 20-77 by roll call. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
No.
Alderman Klee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
No.
Alderman Karen,
No.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes,
You have 12 yeas and 3 nays.
that motion carries and resolution 2077 is declared duly adopted. Unfinished business ordinances.
Second reading of ordinance 020-009 relative to public comment.
Alderman Dowd. Alderman Dowd.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to amend 020-009 by replacing it with a goldenrod copy
of amendments made at the Personnel Administration Affairs Committee by roll call, and I'd like to speak to it.
Alderman Dow.
Yeah, I'd like to explain the rationale for the goldenrod revisions to ordinance 020-009, which makes changes to the Board of Aldermen's rules and order of business, section 5-14, order of business. This ordinance and the clarifications proposed for revision this evening is not meant to overly restrict the public's input to the Board of Aldermen. Rather, its intent is to provide some clarification and guidance to these procedures. The full intent of the ordinance is to establish guidelines to structure public comment to allow more than one person to comment on an evening's agenda or comment in the general at the end of the meeting. The board has had the aforementioned rules in place for some time, limiting public comment to 15 minutes with a provision to allow that it be extended if there were more people who wanted to provide input, and the majority of the board were okay with extending the period of public comment. For the most part, this has been the practice we have followed, but we have often on occasion had a period monopolized by individuals who often went beyond their 5-minute restriction at the time and with their comments, and some went beyond the 15-minute allowance. Some also commented at the first 15-minute period on items not provided for by the rules of order. The first public comment period is restricted by current rules to communications requiring final approval by the Board of Aldermen that evening or other items that are going to be acted upon with final approval for that evening. Let me be clear that we don't wish to limit what anyone can provide for comment from the public. That is why we have allowed for public's ability to provide written comments to the board and have them included as part of the meeting minutes. As part of the meeting minutes, these comments are available as well to the general public on our website. All public input requires a name and address included with both oral and written comments in order to be accepted. This revised ordinance also clarifies what may be addressed at each public comment period as a guide to whoever is chairing the full board meeting or chairing the committee meeting. It further clarifies that a speaker providing oral comments in either public comment period be limited to 3 minutes and that they only get to speak once. This allows a person to clearly state their position on any items of business, and no one may delegate any part of their time to another speaker. This is a rule followed by most Board of Aldermen or Selectmen meetings in the state of New Hampshire. While the specifics of timing people is not in the ordinance at this time, we have had the timing light system installed in the new Aldermatic chambers, and we'll use it hopefully when we return to our new chambers. Further clarification identifies that this public comment period is for comment only and not for a question and answer period with the Board of Aldermen. Only the chairperson may receive a question and determine if someone answering this question will help clarify the item being discussed for the Board of Aldermen. The chairperson may answer the question or delegate the one person who may answer the question. Questions and dialogue are only allowed during public hearings on subjects that require a public hearing by law. Public comment periods are not to allow speeches on any subject, and all discussion should be relevant to items that fall under the purview of the Board of Aldermen or the committee conducting the hearing. The second public input period is for comments relative to the purview of the Board of Aldermen or city government and have the timing spelled out in the revised ordinance. Again, the public has the ability to provide written comments to the board on any subject via mail or email, which may be included in the minutes of the full board or committee meetings, have justification on that subject. Matters that are under the purview of the administration branch of the city of Nashua should be addressed to the mayor's office. Thank you.
The motion is to amend ordinance 20-009 by roll call. Any further discussion? Alderman Clemens.
I want to clarify something that was said earlier, and that is that there is no restriction in this, the way that we are amending it, to prohibit comments outside of the purview of the Board of Aldermen on the second comment period. Is that the case? Can I have Attorney Bolton answer that question?
Attorney Bolton?
I don't know if that's the case. This has been amended since my department looked at it, and I don't know what it says in the golden copy. Something.
Okay. I can tell you that I don't feel comfortable with that. I think that we should have a public comment period that allows people to speak in whatever they want to speak to. I do think it should be limited in time to 3 minutes. You know, I agree with a lot of the comments on there, or I'm sorry, with the changes on there that make sure, you know, that you're being reasonable and respectful and things like that. Those are obviously not mandatory, and they are guidelines. But I guess I just want that clarified if we could. Thank you.
Alderman Wilshire.
Alderman
Yeah,
Dowd.
as I read the goldenrod copy, no, it doesn't specifically say that. So you were right. It doesn't limit in the second comment period the subject matter, but there is the time limit.
Thank you. And that is how I was hoping that this was going to be presented, and I fully support the changes. Thank you.
The motion is Alderman Lopez.
My mic on? There we go. It's kind of ironic, I think, that in public comment, I felt like it was used to target things that me not accurately said as well. In the comments we made at the level, I was actually objecting to specific behaviors. I was saying that public comment should not be used because we as aldermen are providing validity to this comment point. Like, you can go to the Board of Aldermen, you can go to the aldermanic chamber and talk all you want when there's nobody in the room. But because we're sitting here, we're lending a certain level of importance and visibility to it. And we're the ones who are setting the meeting and running the meeting. So in that case, we bear responsibility for what takes place. So I was bringing up the fact it should not be a forum where city employees specifically can be targeted by members of the public, where they can prepare in advance and then unleash a very detailed complaint or disclosure. I mean, such members of the public could go to the mayor. They could talk to the direct supervisors of those employees. They could go to the newspaper if they want. But that's not something that I think is specifically what aldermanic meetings should be used for. And I think it detracts from other commenters who wanted to make comments as well when those people derail the subject at hand. So I was objecting in the meeting that I didn't think that public comment should be used to target people who are city employees. I also brought up that I didn't think it should be used to target the mayor, because as aldermen, we don't really have much to do about how a home is modeled or whatever beliefs or people claim are about him. That's, if there's a legal issue, there's a legal issue. If there's a civil case to be made, that's fine. But just announcing it in public, I think, is bad form. And then additionally, I think neighbors shouldn't use it as an opportunity to berate each other. I did have an individual in my ward who, for years, would come to every comment that every public comment in a meeting, even though he was repeatedly told concerns were not in the purview of the Board of Aldermen. He would do it anyway. And when asked why he was doing that, he said that he found it amusing. It was what he, for a habit and for entertainment. But he was calling his neighbors criminals. He drove them out of their location. When they moved, I met with them shortly before they left, and they said they just couldn't handle being incident and threatened with criminal action during Board of Aldermen meetings repeatedly, which happened over a course of years. So those were that I laid. I wasn't really, I don't care what kind of language people use. If they want to swear to them in the face, I probably have done it on the record myself. So I'm not going to throw stones there. But I do think that it was worth bringing up that there should be some level of decorum or respect in our rules if the public demonstrates an inability to meet rules of their own volition. And I think that's the case. I think some members of the public come with an axe to grind and they'll target people and use it as their personal podium with the bully. So I raised those concerns. But in the course of the committee meeting, Alderman Dowd pointed out that essentially my concerns were met by making sure that comments were respectful in tone and were subject to the purview of something that the board even had relevance to. So I just wanted to clarify the comments that I was making. I wasn't particularly interested in tone policing. I just want to make sure that somebody isn't overtly misusing the microphone when we give it to them.
Alderman Clee.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to kind of speak to something actually before I became an alderman, before I was actually elected to the board. I sat through a lot of meetings that you all had, and there was one in particular that really stuck out with me. It was a meeting that went well into the night. I think it ended somewhere after midnight, and we sat on those very hard benches with the less than adequate cushioning. And as I squirmed and wiggled through that entire meeting and couldn't walk for a day afterwards, it was, as long as it was, more because of the public's comment. The public had the right to comment. The public brought some very good points to it. And I think it was worth hearing them. The thing is that no matter how much we tell people, please don't repeat themselves, we do it here as aldermen, and people are going to do it because they're there and they want to have their voices heard. It's not that they want their 15 minutes or so on, but I do think that for the most part, I think when the public is trying to make their point, they can do so within a specified time frame, whether it's 3 minutes or whether it's 5 minutes. I do think that they can get their points out with that. And like today, when you have 60 people or 64 people that want to speak at a well-packed agenda, I think that we do need to have some kind of time limits. I also remember at that particular meeting, there was an individual citizen who came and very nastily spoke to an alderman, directed their comments specifically to that alderman. I was taken aback by the anger that was in that particular person's voice. When that was done and the alderman got to speak at the end of the meeting, I remember a couple of aldermen that almost demanded an apology from that individual who had actually left the room, but they wanted it on the record that they were demanding an apology from that particular person. We don't do that. We sit there and we take the beating or the berating, and I have no problems with it because truthfully, I'm an elected official and I think I've signed up for that. And that's kind of the way life is. I do have a problem when a private citizen comes in and not just says something bad about a city employee. They have the right to do that. And as was mentioned, you have the right to question it. But we have sat through meeting after meeting after meeting where private employees that are hired, not appointed, but hired, are called names that I think are less than appropriate language. And that's where I think that that we do have to have some kindness. And as Alderman Lopez pointed out, no, I don't want to be tone police, but I do think that we should try to expect, at least some decent conversation. We can disagree politely without having to do name calling, without having to do truly rude behavior. And although I do agree with what Alderwoman Kelly said, my definition of rude may be something completely different than hers or Alderman Dowd's or yourself, President Wilshire. But the bottom line is I like the changes that we've made to this. I think it's necessary. And I do think we need some civility. So this, while it may be coming now, I think is probably something that's probably overdue. And I can say that I think it was something that should have been put in by other boards. And I witnessed meetings where at times things got out of hand. So I think this is a way of being able to give the public the right to speak, but yet make it more concise and not repeat the same thing over and over and over again within their speech time. So thank you so much.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Thank you. I want to start out by saying I support this ordinance, most of it. As everybody has pointed out till my turn here, I had some questions around the wording around being rude. And I just wanted to potentially bring up again what my concern was and ask if Attorney Bolton would potentially be able to answer my question. So my concern was this: I absolutely think that we should allow people to have a time limit, all those things. My concern is that the term rude is very subjective, and that it'll allow whoever's running the meeting, and while I know Alderman Wilshire does an incredible job, to shut people down because of their definition of rude, and I'm concerned about that. So my question is, do you see, obviously your office wrote this, but do you see the same concern from a legal standpoint?
Yes. I'm not only concerned with the word rude, I'm concerned with the word civil. I would have to say that some of the discussion tonight heightens that concern. The fact is, you're talking about creating a public forum. When government creates a public forum, it cannot regulate the content of the speech. You can have reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. I think you can probably cut people off if they're shouting uncontrollably, if they're making threats of violence or trying to incite other people to violence. I think you can probably prohibit profane language, although I don't know that I would advocate you doing so. I absolutely am of the opinion that you cannot stop someone from criticizing a public official or employee. If you let Mr. X get up and say, I think the city clerk does a wonderful job and the election went wonderfully and she is great, which she is, but then Mrs. Y wants to get up and say, I had a horrible experience and I think the city clerk ought to have done something more to prevent that, and goes on and on about how inefficient she thought the situation was and how poorly it was handled. You've got to allow that. And if someone wants to criticize the mayor or one of you, you have to allow that. And I think someone could speak pretty strongly and pretty forthrightly, and you still have to allow that criticism. If you start letting people heap praise on officials and employees, you've got to allow for the other side. You cannot base whether someone has a right to speak on the content of the speech. You don't have to allow it. You don't have to create the public forum. You could only have it at committee meetings. You could only have it at the end of a Board of Aldermen meeting. You could only have it at the beginning. You could restrict it on things coming up that evening. There are a lot of things you can do. But using words like civil and rude to prevent people from saying things you don't like, you cannot do that. Myself and the other lawyers in the office will be in court day after day, and it can cost money. The other side gets attorney's fees in cases like this, and they're not hesitant about presenting big bills. So I think this is something to be very careful about when you've got these words like rude, like civil. It's fine if they're applied neutrally, but it's awful easy to slip into, when you're getting praise, to let that person go But when it's criticism, well, that's the definition of uncivil, or that's the definition of rude. I would caution you not to do that. And as I say, some of this evening's discussion about, I don't think city employees should be criticized, or I don't think someone's neighbor should be criticized. You're not going to have the opportunity to prevent that and still have a public forum. So I would recommend you be careful.
Alderwoman Kelly?
I would, given Attorney Bolton's response, and thank you for that, I'd love to put it to the maker of this ordinance, potentially send it back to committee.
Alderman Dowd? You're on mute, Alderman Dowd.
I know. I would suggest, to clarify what we were just talking about, is to pass the goldenrod copy and then further amend it to do away with paragraph C10 on page 2. I think that takes care of the issues we were just talking about.
Okay. So are you making a motion to amend?
Well, I guess I'll ask Attorney Bolton, should we amend the amendment before the amendment's even been voted on, or?
It is permissible to do that.
Then
Whether you should or not is up to you, but it is permissible to do that.
I will make a motion to amend the goldenrod copy by eliminating paragraph C10 on page 2.
Alderman Wilshire?
Yes, Alderman Kelly.
Alderman Dowd, would you mind just reading that paragraph so it's clear to everyone? I just want to make sure I know which one you're striking.
It says remarks shall be civil, rude or profane remarks are prohibited.
Okay, that's the only piece that it affects. Thank you.
I think the rest of it's fine.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment? Alderman Jettie.
Thank you, Madam President. I was surprised this was tabled in committee for a long time, and I don't know if I missed something, but I don't think there was any notice to people who, at least people who weren't on the committee. I'm not aware of any notice that this was going to be taken up at the last committee meeting, and I did watch that meeting, and it seemed to come up at the end of the meeting, and I know that Alderman Dowd has worked hard on this, and I know that he talked to the legal department at length about this, but I'm concerned hearing Attorney Bolton say that it was changed from the last time his office really looked at it, and he's raised some issues. If I had known it was going to be brought up at the last committee meeting, I would have attended. I don't think that it has had a full, hearing. The committee didn't really talk about it very much. Maybe they had a chance to review it and were satisfied with it. But I think that, especially in view of Attorney Bolton's comments and, some of the questions other aldermen have raised, I have some questions. I'm in favor of what Alderman Kelly suggested, and that is to refer it back to the committee, rather than trying to amend it on the fly here. Things don't go well when you do things in that way. And so if it's appropriate, I would like to move to refer it back to the committee.
Okay, so we have three motions right now. We have a motion to amend with the goldenrod copy, a motion to amend to delete paragraph C10 on page 2, and a motion to re-refer. Can you help me out, Attorney Bolton?
The motion to amend and to amend the opposed amendment adhere to the proposition. And if the motion to refer to committee or re-refer to committee is in order, and basically the whole kit and caboodle goes together to the committee, and the board could expect back the recommendation of the committee on the proposed amendment to the proposed amendment to the proposed amendment, and the proposed amendment and a recommendation on the main motion as it may or may not be recommended for amendment.
I don't think you clarified that for me enough. Okay, we're going to take up the motion to re-refer. That's in order, right? Thank you.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd.
Yeah, I will just say that months ago, this legislation went to personnel. There were some issues with it. The next personnel meeting, I went and spoke to some of these changes. And we agreed at that meeting to have those changes reviewed by legal. And they were reviewed and wording suggested by Attorney Leonard. The wording that's in this amendment is from Attorney Leonard. I have no problem with taking out C10, but I don't think we need to refer this back to committee to hash out what should have been available to be hashed out at several committee meetings. You know, everybody has the opportunity to go to a committee meeting. And as I've told many people on many occasions, when something is tabled in a committee and it goes to that committee, it can be brought up. So, and in this instance it was, and it got a unanimous approval at the committee. So I think we should not refer it back to the committee.
Any further discussion on re-referring? Alderman Clay.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not being critical in any way of any of my colleagues, but I can tell you that I have often contacted Alderman Dowd when he's been chair of a committee, and in this particular case, Alderwoman Karen, relative to this. When I see that there are tabled items, I send an email message, will these tabled items be brought up? Alderman Dowd knows that I've done it to him many a times, and in this particular case, I also did it with Alderwoman Karen and asked, will these tabled items come up? Will they be voted on? Will they be spoken to? So in this particular case, that was one of the reasons why I attended that meeting, is I did know that it was going to be brought up and it was going to be discussed.
Further discussion on re-referring. Alderman Lopez.
I don't know that the he said, she said is really serving us at this point. I think some issues were brought up. I was at the meeting too and debated it at length, and then the public commenter mentioned my contributions to it. But after hearing Attorney Booth's assessment of it, I am a lot less clear on what my opinions should be. So I would appreciate having it go back to committee and being able to review it. I think we're talking about moving something that has to do with free speech. With all due respect to the effort that Alderman Dowd has put in, he's a seasoned legislator. I know he knows what he's doing. And the fact that that legal did give him advice that may or may not have been fully communicated internally. There's still questions here, and I think it's better handled with the time that we actually need to give it. This is a pretty big, important question, I think, and we should just send it back to committee and not rush it.
Further discussion on re-referring? Seeing none, would the clerk call the roll, please?
Alderman O'Brien,
No.
Alderman Clee,
No.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
No.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
No.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
No.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
No.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
No.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Linda, you're on mute.
I was trying to get off, no.
Alderman Wilshire.
No.
You have 6 yeas and 9 nays.
And that motion fails. The motion before us is for final passage of resolution 20-9 as amended.
No.
No, we haven't amended it yet, and we got to amend the amendment.
Okay.
Right.
It's to strike.
So we have two amendments at this point. We have the amendment with goldenrod copy, and we have the amendment to remove section C10 on page 2.
If we address the C10 first, then we can approve the goldenrod copy with that change.
We'll do that. That sounds good. Okay. So the motion is to amend ordinance 20-9 by taking out paragraph C on page 2. Discussion. Alderman Kelly.
If I could ask a question to Attorney Bolton for you. Given our previous discussion, are you comfortable with removing that as a change that will put us in a better spot with this legislation? I'm trying to word this correctly, but
It
have any other
addresses,
concerns?
it addresses many, if not all, of the concerns I raised.
Thank you.
Alderman Clemmons.
So we're eliminating all of section C. Is that this amendment?
No. C10. Just that one paragraph.
Which says what?
I can
I'm
read
not
it.
sure if I have the right copy in front of me. That's why I'm asking.
C10 is remarks shall be civil. Rude or profane remarks are prohibited. We're removing that because of the concerns that Attorney Bolton had.
Alderman Clemmons.
Thank you. What about the line that says excessive repetition and irrelevant remarks are discouraged?
That's in there now.
Yeah, that's
Isn't
in
it?
there now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're just
we're addressing the
okay, yeah.
concerns.
So okay, so it's just that one line. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to amend. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yeah.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes,
You have 15 yeas and 0 nays.
and that motion carries. We are back to,
Approving the goldenrod copy with that change.
okay, I was getting there. Thank you. Discussion on the motion. Alderman Jettie.
I have an inquiry. Somebody just said, I think you just said, Madam President, that Alderman Clemens asked you, said, what about something
Repetition and
repetition being discouraged, and you said it's already in there. I'm looking at the current ordinance. I don't see it in there. Where?
okay, I mistaken.
I mean, is it there? I mean,
I don't have it in front of me, Alderman Jettie.
I can tell you that's a nondescript statement. I mean, it's discouraged. It's not prohibited. If somebody keeps repeating themselves, it allows the chairperson to say, please clarify, you've been repeating yourself. So it does not prohibit it.
I'm sorry.
Not a prohibitive statement.
I'm sorry, Alderman Dowd. I think I had the floor. My question was that Alderman Clemens said, what about that? And he was told it's already in there. And so I'm just trying to clarify that it isn't already in there. You're adding it. Now you're arguing as to why it should be added. That's fine. But I just, I would just like to remind my colleagues that, we're passing what I think is a very important ordinance. And as others have pointed out, we're talking about free speech. We're talking about the public's right. Attorney Bolton has told us that this is a very dangerous area. And I don't understand the reluctance to send it back to committee and allow Attorney Bolton to meet with the committee and other aldermen who are interested to make sure that what we pass is something that is going to be solid. But that's I also have I also noticed that remarks by aldermen at committee meetings has been struck out. What does that mean? I mean, aldermen aren't going to be able to make remarks at committee meetings at the end of a committee meeting? Is that intentional? Did you mean to strike that out?
Are you asking Alderman Dowd? Alderman
Yes,
Jettie?
through you.
Alderman Dowd, do you care to answer that?
I think that was struck out. Well, it was struck out because the wording was changed slightly, but I don't think the intent was changed. There's no intent to not allow aldermen to comment.
Well, may I say, may I respond?
Alderman Jettie. Yes.
The goldenrod copy on B parenthesis 3 is struck out. Remarks by aldermen is struck through. There's nothing, it's not, there's no language replacing it. It's completely struck through.
Not on my copy.
Well, this is the goldenrod copy that was provided with the agenda.
Which one are you talking about?
I'm looking at the goldenrod copy that was provided with the agenda, and it's paragraph B, and the third paragraph, parenthesis 3.
That's because it was repetitive. It's in the original ordinance. Didn't need to be there because it's in the original ordinance. And, you know, I just want to point out that we've had months to do the homework on this, and this goldenrod copy's been around for a long time. And all the motions that were made to it were made months ago.
You okay with that answer, Alderman Jettie?
Well, no, I'm not. I think, you know, it's fine to say that, I should have been at all of these committee meetings and ready to, to be aware of when this was going to be brought up, when it was going to be untabled or removed from the table. So it was removed from the table and the committee voted on it. And I think what we have in front of us has got a lot of questions. And I think we're on dangerous ground by, I think passing this without reviewing it one more time by the committee with Attorney Bolton, I think is a mistake, and I'm going to vote against it.
Well, we've already voted on the re-referring, so. The motion is to amend. Is there
Except the
further
goldenrod.
discussion to the goldenrod copy? Yeah. Further discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
No.
Alderman Tenza,
No.
Alderwoman Lou,
No.
Alderman Jettie,
No.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
No.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
You have 10 yeas and 5 nays.
And that motion carries. Alderman Dowd?
Like to make a motion for final passage of 020-009 as amended by roll call.
You've heard the motion. Is there discussion on the motion for final passage as amended? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
No.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
No.
Alderman Tenza,
No.
Alderwoman Lou,
No.
Alderman Jettie,
No.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
No.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
You have 9 yeas and 6 nays.
That motion carries. Ordinance 2909 is duly adopted as amended.
Second reading of ordinance 02030, adopting a tax increment financing TIF development district under RSA 162K and NRO 29511, the school street TIF, and a tax increment financing development program and financing plan for the new TIF.
Alderman Dowd?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for final passage of O20-030 by roll call.
Motion is for final passage of ordinance 20-30. Discussion on that motion. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
yes,
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
No.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harry Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes,
You have 14 yeas and 1 nay.
that motion carries and ordinance 20-30 is declared duly adopted.
Second reading of ordinance O2031, prohibiting dogs in fenced-in tot lots.
Alderman Clee.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to motion to amend O20-031 by replacing with the goldenrod copy of amendments made at the Personnel Administrative Affairs Committee by roll call, and if I may speak to that.
Alderman Clee.
Thank you so much. The animal, I'm blanking on the name.
Animal Park
But
Advisory Board.
the committee that we put together, right, thank you so much, Alderman Lopez. They made 3 very, very, very good recommendations to the original ordinance, and that was to change the prohibiting dogs in fenced-in tot lots to prohibiting pets in fenced-in tot lots. And at their committee, they had discussed that we live in a city of multi kind of pets, from lizard type things to chickens to everything. And they just felt that it was more encompassing to change it from dogs to pets. I would hope that someone is not going to bring their pet chicken to run around there, but we never know. And it was just a better way to go. The second thing that they changed was to add in that, so for instance, it says bring a now pet into the following fenced-in tot lot, except for service animals. I had not addressed that perhaps service animals should be able to go into there, and they picked that up right away and asked for that to be added, in the Personnel Administrative Affairs Committee did make that. And the other thing that they asked was that we reference future fenced-in tot lot. So those are the 3 amendments to that. And once we vote on that, I can address the ordinance itself.
Motion is to amend with the goldenrod copy. Further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
yes,
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harry Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes,
You have 15 yeas and 0 nays.
and that motion carries. Alderman Clee.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make a motion for final passage of O-20-031 as amended by roll call. And may I speak to it for a moment?
You may.
Thank you so much. The reason that this ordinance came about was a number of phone calls from constituents that had gone into the Shattuck Street tot lot, and there was a lot of excrement, to say the least, I guess. So it became quite an issue. And then I'd heard from constituents who had been to other tot lots and experienced the same thing. When I originally had asked for this to be drafted, I had asked for all tot lots. And but in speaking with Public Works, Recs, Parks and Recreation, it was made very clear that that would be difficult to say all tot lots, because there are some tot lots, for instance, the Salem Street tot lot, where people just kind of walk through it. It's almost a pass through. So to say that someone could not bring their dog just doesn't make any sense. So we decided that it would be fenced in tot lots. And at this point in time, we have only 4 fenced in tot lots in the cities. So we have the Shattuck Street, the Belvedere Bridge Street, the Aaron Field Robinson Road, Jeff Moran Playground at Roby Park. And then we did add the item of any other tot lots that become fenced in. So that's really where this came about. And I think it's a good idea. As a person who has dogs, I just don't think that it is appropriate for them to go into an area where children are going to be playing on the ground and so on. And even if they did pick up the excrement, there are other liquids that are deposited by dogs as well. So that's where this came from. And it's a long evening, so hopefully we can just go to a vote.
The motion is for final passage of ordinance 2031 as amended. Alderman Lopez.
I just wanted to support for this. I think it was the idea to propose it. I think the Animal Park Advisory Board did a good job with making recommendations, and that the Personnel Administrative Affairs Committee also reviewed it in good conscience. I think it's going to be a positive addition to our legislation.
Anyone else? Seeing none, the motion is for final passage of ordinance 2031 as amended by roll call. Would the clerk please call roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes,
You have 15 yeas and 0 nays.
that motion carries and resolution 20-31 is declared duly adopted as amended.
Second reading of ordinance O 2032, reducing the fine for overnight parking violations.
Alderman Laws.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for final passage of O20-032 by roll call, and I'd like to briefly speak to it.
Alderman Laws.
Thank you. You've all heard the arguments for this. It absolutely will result in the city losing some of the fine revenue. I spoke with Director Cummings today for a while, and we hashed it out. And before the late fees, the number we came up with was, with the $10 parking fee, the difference is going to be somewhere in the ballpark of $112,000, $113,000 a year that the city isn't making in parking fee revenue. Now, that is a substantial amount of money. He promised me that it doesn't mean that anybody's going to lose their jobs because of the way it's structured right now. He basically is just giving people extra hours. I'm paraphrasing him, and he can correct me if he finds anything I say to be misleading or wrong. But he basically gives people hours to go out and do this. So there's no set schedule, and there's no set, people doing it. It's not someone's particular job to go out and do overnight parking tickets. So no one's going to lose their job because of this. he says that it's going to be difficult to find other ways to find this $112,000, but there are going to be ways to do it. And I would just like to make the simple argument that this is $112,000 that is disproportionately shouldered by people who live in our lowest income neighborhoods, people who work in the service industry, who go out to their car after work and get a parking ticket because they got out of work late, and people who go to the restaurants and bars and future performing arts centers that we all pretend that we care so much about and want to be responsible and not drive home afterwards after having a few drinks. So, I mean, I'm okay with taxing people broadly, but I believe in equity in the tax. And I don't think that this is fair to all of our residents when only a few of them are the ones that have to shoulder this burden. So that's where I'm at. Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome. Discussion, Alderman O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam President. Hate to do this, but I would like to come up with another motion, and that is to re-refer this to committee. And the reason and may I speak to that?
Alderman O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam President. We did hear in the beginning, particularly from the mayor, and the loss of revenue with this. And I've always been of the opinion that parking and parking regulations is not really for a city to really generate revenue, but however, is to keep order. The reason we do have parking meters is to keep a flush of the traffic so people aren't taking too long or using that to all-day parking. It's for the betterment of the merchants so that they get a flush of people that come in and come out and everything else. But why are we having a problem with all-night parking? A lot of this comes down to right now of the things that have happened in the city, where it was traditionally a two-family, 2.5-story wood frame home was reconverted into 4 apartments. Now, when it was a two-family home, maybe, you know, the old days, probably dad was the only one in the house that had the car. It was a case like in point, like with my mother's situation, she didn't get her license until a much later date. But those families have moved on, and they don't live in those type of buildings anymore. Yet, what was you know, the second floor was a whole family, has now been turned into 2 apartments. You have the original person that may be on the lease, and then you may also have an overnight guest that may come in. And there's only so much linear feet in front of a house that a people could park at. So the thing is, wouldn't it be great if the landlords took some of their backyards or whatever could be and to pave them and to make it better for off-street type of parking? Some have not. And it seems like something that has gotten away from us a bit. Now, if it's somebody that's in the service industry, if this came before the infrastructure committee, I think in order to help out people in the service, I would have been quite content to delay it an hour so that those people could have, you know, got out and still got to the car and perhaps not got a ticket as one of the solutions. And maybe if it goes back to committee, that could quite easily be done. But the thing is, if somebody wants to make the choice of not driving home when they're drunk, well, that, you know, leaving your car out in the street is one of the penalties for not the wise choice of taking your vehicle out to begin with. I'm glad that they sought alternative means of getting home, but one of the things is they left the car there. I'm sure we're all grateful that they are paying their fine and the ticket for leaving their vehicle there as making the choice of driving home. But it's a small price to pay compared to a DWI charge. So therefore, this problem is really bigger than what it's really led to believe. My committee in infrastructure have heard this. We've heard a lot of cases very much similar to this. And it's why we want to have the parking study. And I want the other aldermen to, you know, in supporting me with this, of referring it back to a committee. Parking is such a tenet that once we let go of it, the control feature that us as a municipality on to have it, we'll never get it back again. So any type of inroads or changes that we make in it, it'll be awful hard if we allowed overnight parking, let's say in general, you'll never get that back. And this independent study that's supposed to come out, whatever they come out as part of the solution, we may be talking about readdressing the landlord type of situations and looking for adequate parking. We may be talking about permitted stickered areas where you need a pass or something like that, similar that they do. And I see Alderman Cummings here, but not Alderman, but Director Cummings. Sorry for the battlefield promotion. I apologize. But anyways, the thing is, the company that is doing this has had experience in cities that are quite similar to Nashua. So I think anything needs to be weighed as not an emergency with this. So I hope you do support me, because once you've done this, if this goes through as proposed, you're never going to get it back. You know, it's going to be extremely difficult to do that. So it doesn't seem to be the house on fire with the issue. And I think it could be referred back to committee. If we're going to do it, let's do it right. Let's do it correctly, because the ramifications could be quite difficult. So thank you.
I'm going to recognize Director Cummings, who's with us. Director Cummings, do you want to weigh in on this?
Yes, thank you, Madam President, and I'll keep my comments brief. For the record, Tim Cummings, Director of Economic Development, and I just want to clarify a couple of statements. Alderman Laws was correct in a lot of what he said, but there's just a couple elements that may have been missed that I think are very important to make sure that this body is aware of. I think it's fair to say we will do everything that we can to minimize any type of layoffs. That's definitely something that is true, and it's something that I know the parking department would work hard to make sure it doesn't happen. Obviously, with a significant loss of revenue like this, I would be misrepresenting it to say that we wouldn't be laying anyone off, or we wouldn't be reducing hours of any such. I think that would just be a safe thing that folks should realize would occur, at least in the short term, until we got a handle on the financial situations, and then we could look to potentially increasing those hours. And then similarly, the other key element that I think is really important is at least for the time being, there would be no more active enforcement of overnight parking. So I just want folks to understand that. That's a very key element that would be happening. Of course, we would strive to do it again, and we would once we felt like we could take it on and not have it financially, burden the department. But that we would make every effort to try to reincorporate it back in. But it wouldn't be like the way we have done it in the past in terms of actively enforcing overnight. It would be, something ad hoc, or when complaints came in, or, when we could do it because we had the financial wherewithal to be able to cover the costs. I guess the last thing I would say is the parking department's worked really hard over the last 2 years to turn that account around. When the parking department took it over, it was in the red by something like $25,000-$50,000 year over year. And, last year or the year before was the first year that we saw a surplus in that account by, I think $30,000 or $50,000. And we were starting to put that revenue towards parking related expenses. With the reduction in revenue that we're talking about now, I think the other byproduct that this body just needs to be aware of is that we would most likely have to see some of those parking related expenses borne back onto the residential property tax base. And so these are just some of the elements that I just want everyone to be aware of, that as you're voting this evening, you fully know and understand. So anyway, I just want to make sure I got those comments out. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Dowd.
Yes, I'm going to support Alderman O'Brien's motion. I said in the committee meeting that unless we come up with an alternative source for the funding, because we're in the middle of a budget year and this is coming out of 2020 funds. And it's not a lot of money, but it's got to come from somewhere. Is it going to come from layoffs? You know, that's going to be up to administration. But, you know, there's an issue. There are other places it could come from. So I'm concerned about that. The other thing is, you know, we're making a reduction of fine across the city when the maker of the motion is talking about particular restaurants or bars that have an occasional customer that they doesn't want to drive. I think an alternative that we could talk about in committee is maybe we give each one of these bars a parking space where they won't get ticketed. And if they have more than one person getting drunk in there that needs to leave a car, we got a bigger problem. So I think there's a lot of issues with this that have not been resolved, and it ought to go back to committee. And I'm not one for usually sending things back to committee, just as you may have seen.
Alderman Clemmons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question through you to Director Cummings, if I could. I believe I heard, and please jump in if I'm wrong, Alderman, but I believe I heard Alderman Laws say that the revenue loss was going to be more to the $112,000 range. And he said that he spoke to you about that. Can you expand on that a little bit? Is that $112,000 a year? Because the fiscal note said 250,000, well, 225 to 250 would be the potential loss. So I'm curious how that other number came into your conversation.
Director Cummings?
Yes, thank you. So couple points on that. We know on average, and I shouldn't say on average, but somewhere between 40 and 60%, say 60% for because that's what it's been the last couple of years, you know, of the revenue have been from overnight parking. And so I think last year we got something just under 400,000 in revenue, actual monies in. Of that, I'm sure some of it was, you know, not solely overnight, but other fines. But when you take 60% of that, we came into the range of like 230, I think is what it is, $230,000. And so that is basically, if we were not doing overnight parking, just using last year as an example, there would be a loss of $230,000 or something to that effect. And so that is because we wouldn't be doing, and I think this is where Alderman Laws' analysis is slightly different than mine. He's actually adding in the $10 back, but we're not going to be able to cover costs by actually doing the shifts, and so it's going to be just lost money. So unless we can do more, and no one wants to ticket. I mean, but if we can make up the revenue by ticketing in some other manner during the days or something like that, then maybe we could do a couple of shifts at night to actually you know, make up the loss of revenue that we would be seeing.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yeah, I'm sympathetic to the reason why this came up in the first place, but I think there are other ways that we can that we can do this. I think that we have to prioritize our residents. And I think that, if that means that we have to expand where we allow the overnight parking into areas like where I live on Ash Street, we don't have it. And we have a lot of apartments and things like that in my neighborhood down this end of Ash Street. And, I'm sure that there are other areas of the city that also are affected. And if we can come up with a way that we can make up for some of that and help our residents out in that way by giving them basically permission to park, then the occasional person that maybe can't drive home can call the police department and call the parking department and have their car put on a list for that night, because that's in the ordinance right now. So I'm going to support Alderman O'Brien's motion to send it back to committee, because I don't want to kill this legislation. I think it's a worthwhile discussion. I think that I think we need better facts and figures and ideas of what we can do. I think we need to hear more from residents. I think we need to hear from the city clerk of how many of those parking passes in French Hill and the Tree Streets are actually sold. Do we need to expand that? Are we sold out? Is that the reason we're having a problem? So there's more questions that I have than answers, and I'm going to support Alderman O'Brien's motion. Thank you.
Alderman Clegg.
Thank you, Madam President. I've gone round and round with overnight parking, and while I would love to say, okay, everybody should park, and I do agree with exactly what Alderman Lopez and what Alderman Laws has pointed out, is that the people that are harmed the most are the ones that can afford it the least. But at the same time, as a city, we've kind of done a disservice to certain locations. So for instance, I'm going to bring up two examples of things. The first one is a home that was transferred into a multi-unit. Zoning gave permission for that, and we believe a recommendation of 1.5 parking space for every apartment or something of that nature. The problem is one of their apartments has 5 bedrooms. It's being rented out by people who work at BAE, and there are 5 people that are living in there, 5 vehicles. They do not have enough parking for that, so they wanted on-street parking. In this particular area, it really wasn't conducive to overnight on-street parking. I talked to Jill Stansfield and so on, and there was really kind of an issue with what the location of that is. The problem is that we have approved too many apartments that need a lot of parking. So what do? I have no idea. I had hoped that the parking study this summer was going to help it. Now, because of COVID, it's being pushed off to the spring. I hate to see this continue to get pushed off, but I do think that we do need to do it. Reducing this down to $10 seems really great on the surface, but if I hear Director Cummings properly, we basically, for all intent and purposes, are going to abandon the overnight parking. If we're not giving out fines and we're not doing that, and we're not actually taking, unless someone calls, it's gone. So I think then we don't lose $100,000, we lose $240,000, which I do believe. I like that Director Cummings said that they would work really hard so no one loses their job, but whether they lose hours or job, something is going to happen. The other story I want to tell is about a tractor trailer park, and I will say it was right on Mount Pleasant. Took 2 parking spaces. He was getting $25 fine every night. But what happened is, as long as he didn't have 3 outstanding parking tickets, there was nothing we could do. It was cheaper for them to pay the $25 night for the violation of the overnight parking than it was for them to pay for parking somewhere else. So bringing it down to $10 is only going to encourage that kind of a behavior. And I don't want to see that. What was happening there at Mount Pleasant was the tractor trailer was not leaving in time, and the teachers who would have normally parked there, or the parents who normally would have parked there, could not park there. I had so many calls from residents within that area. I don't want to see something like that happen. So while I do think that it's really good to keep all of our fines together, I also remember from the committee meeting that I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Director Cummings, that he stated that fines are not to penalize someone, but it's to help, it's deter them from doing something we don't want them to do. So we're not trying to hurt anybody in general. What we're trying to do is we're trying to look at it as that it's a deterrent. $25 fee was not a deterrent for a tractor trailer who probably would have had to pay $50 a night to park his vehicle somewhere. And he took up 2 parking spaces, but we could only give him 1 ticket, even though there were 2 parking spaces. So it's a frustrating thing. There's no right answer to this, but I do agree that it should go back to committee in this particular case. Thank you.
Alderman Lopez.
Thank you. So my understanding is that this is meant to change behaviors, and this is supposed to not be a revenue generator, but it's supposed to be something that manages how parking is available and how streets are available and how they're safe. I think one of the difficulties here is how we're addressing that. If a raised voice doesn't work with a child, you don't slap them. You don't just keep doing what you're doing more. You have to look at why they're misbehaving and why they're not behaving the way that you want. We don't do that as a city. All we do is fine people and increase revenue. So we have created a system here that is self-feeding. Now, at the moment, as Director Cummings has pointed out, he's turned a red funded program, which was not generating revenue because it cost more to run than it did produce revenue, into a green one that produces revenue. And that does not show that the behavior has decreased at all. It shows that the behavior has increased. It may show that our capacity for interceding has increased somewhat, but more likely than not, we haven't actually solved the problem of overnight parking. All we've managed to do is make people a little more creative about how they try to solve their parking problems. So there are other solutions that we can do in order to address it as a behavior that we're not committed to doing as a city at all. There have been multiple pieces of legislation brought before the Infrastructure Committee over the past 2 years that have addressed different issues that were specific and local. Every single one of them was tabled. Every single one of them was put towards the parking study, which expanded in scope. And I know it was just stated that it's unfortunate that it was supposed to take place this summer. We were looking forward to it, but COVID-19 came along. It was actually supposed to take place last summer, and it was completely kicked down the road every single meeting that happened. So as a city, we have no incentive for changing our approach. All we're doing is collecting revenue, always using that revenue for other projects, other slush funds. You know, let's build a whole new, parking garage and all that kind of stuff. These are issues we've kicked around in the past. We haven't changed the approach. We haven't looked at, okay, well, it was proposed in the past that we look at daytime parking passes and maybe certain levels of garage. That never happened because of the parking study. We never looked at other mechanisms for collecting revenue other than just the parking meters themselves. All we do is the same thing over and over again. We just charge people over and over again. And doing that with overnight people, a couple of the board members here have been a little bit selective in their hearing as to what the genesis of this is. You can add the stigma to people who might have had a little too much to drink and say, oh, well, we can't pay on the property owners' tax rolls because people had too much to drink. That would be ridiculous. None of the aldermen here ever have too much to drink or stay out. That's an easy argument to make, but that's not the argument that was being made here. And that's pretty disingenuous to the public commenter that made pretty eloquent comments at the beginning of the meeting with regards to how he as a resident was affected and impacted. This is not just an issue of people who are drinking too much, needing to have a little bit of a break on their fines, because you can call the police and tell them you've had too much to drink, and they won't do anything with your tickets. They'll waive them. What you can do, however, is ticket people who have a fixed location and don't have a parking solution for them, and you know where they're going to be every month, every week, and you can repeatedly ticket them over and over again. And that's what we've been seeing. That's what we've been hearing about. Those are what the emails that we've been receiving over the summer have been about, and earlier. I think when they first started, it was more directed at me. And if everybody recalls, last year in the summer, I had a constituent come up with a parking ticket that he paid for like 8 cars on his street that were all ticketed because his street didn't have on-street overnight parking. And I wanted to add that so they would have a legal way of paying for access to that parking, and that was tabled. So there are areas that need on-street overnight parking that we as aldermen, and I mean, frankly, when I say we, I mean you, because you're the ones who are overriding me, have chosen not to add to the overnight parking program. We have made that choice not to give them anything other than fines. And we can talk about how there's a bigger problem here and there's bigger plans that need to be done. But if you blow a problem up large enough, then you never have to solve it. And that's what we've been doing here for at least 2 years, if not longer. So I appreciate Alderman Laws actually taking an initiative and making any step in a direction that actually represents constituents' needs. And I think everyone should consider carefully whether they're going to continue doing the same behavior over and over again, or whether they're going to claim that they're going to change their behaviors and do things the same as they always have. Because as much as we're trying to change the behavior of the people who are parking overnight in places where they have no other alternative to do it and are just getting tickets, we should probably change our own behavior too, and actually take a serious look at parking and not look at it as a form of revenue generating, which is pitifully small compared to some of the other departments and the other forms of revenue. And it doesn't really measure up to any of the other expenses that we've spent even tonight. We've spent much larger amounts just on debt service than we're talking about here. And we're not looking at solutions. We're not looking at what our residents need or what people who are parking need. We're just thinking, it's late, I'm going to send it back to committee. I'm going to take the easy way out on this. And that's unfortunate. I don't think we're representing people well at all.
Director Cummings.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Just want to quickly clarify a couple things that were just stated and want to make an offer again. So this summer in August, I had a meeting with the Infrastructure Committee. I had Desmond, our hired consultant for the parking study, give me a quote, and I offered that we pull out the overnight parking issue and treat it as a standalone item. And I got a quote for that and asked the Infrastructure Committee if there was a desire to pursue that as a standalone item. The feedback consensus at the time was there really wasn't much of an appetite to do that. Maybe folks' opinions have changed. If folks want to do that, I am more than happy to engage our professional consultant that could help guide us on best crafting a solution to this problem. They've already given me the quote on what it would cost us if we had an interest in doing that, and I'm sure we could reactivate that proposal if there was such an ambition by this body. In addition to that, I just want to clarify a couple things. One, the parking department doesn't go out and quote unquote target certain neighborhoods or certain areas. That is by no means what they do. And then in addition to that, the ticketing has pretty much stayed consistent over the years in terms of the amount of volumes of tickets that have been written. So I understand the frustration. I've heard some of it. I think the comment that was made about there's been quote unquote more ticketing happening and it hasn't been changing the behavior. What has it, and now all of a sudden the account is in the positive and not the negative. What happened is actually there was the behavior was occurring and the infractions were out there. It just, they weren't getting cited. And so they did start getting cited. And so that's why everyone is starting to hear and talk about this issue, which I agree is very important. But depending on where you are in Nashua, there's a different solution for each area. So I think in downtown, there may be one solution. And I think when you're outside of the downtown, it may be a different solution. And so a one-size-fits-all approach may not be the best way to handle it. And so at any rate, I've probably carried on a little too long for this evening on this, but I would just leave everyone with the fact that there's, if you want to have a conversation about allowing for overnight parking to occur, There's ways to do it that will be safer and more sophisticated, that will allow for snow removal to occur without any problems, that will allow for public safety issues to be addressed, so there wouldn't be as many problems, as opposed to just allowing for there to be overnight parking without no controls in place. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Cummings. Alderman Clemmons.
Thank you. I agree with most of what Alderman Lopez said. In particular, the fact that regardless of a study, we're elected as aldermen to know what's going on in our constituents' lives, and they come to us with issues, and it's our responsibility to see if we can come up with a solution. So, in the sense of, if you wanted to add, regardless of whatever a parking study said, if you know that there's a street that can be that the overnight parking program should be added, then we should be addressing that and not waiting for a parking study, because it's just common sense. And so in that regard, I agree with Alderman Lopez, in that we need to look at different approaches, and we can't keep holding things up in committee and that kind of stuff. On the other hand, though, I disagree in the sense that this is exactly why this legislation should go back to committee, so that we can have a better conversation. So while I agree with most of what was said, I do not agree with this moving forward. I think that would be a mistake. I think there's too many issues here, and we should just move this back to committee. Thank you.
Motion is to re-refer. Further discussion. Alderman Lou.
Thank you, Madam President. It's really late and I can't think straight, so I'll keep this brief. After the committee meeting, I sent a question about this $250,000 because it didn't make sense to me, considering that that was about 60% of the total current revenue. And my point that I made was that this would assume that all of the revenue that we receive currently comes from overnight parking. And I got an explanation that didn't make much sense to me, but it continued to assert that it was $225,000 to $250,000 that would be reduced, that the revenue would be reduced by. So I guess my biggest concern is waiting until this meeting to find out that it's $112,000, not $225,000, because I've been trying to scratch my head on that like for a week now. I have the detailed revenue and expense report for the special revenue revolving funds for the traffic violations fund ending June 30th of 2020, and the revenue was $389,000 and the expenses were $226,000. So I believe that was $155,000 in the green. But so now you concluded that it's $112,000 because it's 60% of 60%, correct? Well, and so my question is that, it's frustrating to me not to be able to get simple questions like, how do you come up with this number, answered until the day of. I did send that question. The answer I got was from the parking enforcement department. So my understanding is this equates to about 9,000 overnight parking tickets a year. Is that correct?
Who are you addressing your question to, Alderman Lou?
Director Cummings.
Director Cummings, do you have an answer for that?
I would say 9,000's high, but it's in the ballpark. 8,000.
So just to follow up, it would have been helpful to understand the loss in revenue accurately, because I was skeptical for the last week because it just didn't add up. It didn't make any sense. Thank you.
Alderman Clemens.
Just for the record, I do believe that Director Cummings, that you did answer the question, and that and you said earlier this evening that the amount of loss is going to be $230,000 because we're not going to enforce overnight parking. Is that correct?
If I may, Madam President.
Director Cummings.
You're absolutely correct, Alderman Clemens.
Thank you.
May I follow
Madam
up?
President?
May I follow
Let me hear from Alderman Karen. We haven't heard from her yet. Alderman Karen.
Well, I don't like things coming back to committee, but could I ask that we move the question because we're getting late and we're getting into areas that we should be discussing during committee meeting?
Okay,
Can we do that?
Your motion is to move the question.
Yes, please.
Would the clerk please call?
Clarification, because we didn't specify what committee this is even going back to.
Goes back to personnel.
It came from personnel. We would send it back there.
Okay, well, Alderman O'Brien seemed like he was excited, so I don't know if we can send it to both. There's two different elements of this, in my opinion. There's the revenue, which is really personnel. Then there's the overall parking scheme.
Rather than having two meetings, why don't we have a joint meeting so that, you know, the city staff isn't showing up at two different meetings on two different nights?
So it'd be like an alderman meeting, only not at 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, that's possible.
Okay. I like that.
Okay, are you okay with that, Alderman Lopez?
I think that's a good idea.
Okay. Alderman O'Brien.
Well, I was just going to say, as the chairman of infrastructure, looking forward to working with Alderman Mtg, chairman of PEDC on this issue.
No,
So,
personnel and administrative affairs.
personnel and sorry, got my confused. But
Can't
I'm
put all the
looking
committees together here, geez.
all right. Thank you. Thank you.
Alderman Lou, did you have a follow-up?
I thought we were moving the question.
Yeah, moving the question.
Yeah.
Moving the question.
Moving the question.
Would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank
Yes.
you.
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yeah.
Alderman Clemens,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
I gotta say no.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
You have 14 yeas and 1 nay.
The motion before us is to re-refer. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
No.
I'm sorry, Alderwoman Kelly, I didn't hear you.
No.
Thank you. Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemens,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yeah.
Alderman Cleaver,
No.
Alderman Harry Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Mulcher.
Yes,
You have 13 yeas and 2 nays.
that motion carries, and ordinance 20-32 is re-referred to personnel and infrastructure. A joint meeting, please. New business resolutions.
First reading of resolution R 2078, authorizing Pennachuck Corporation to renew and extend its line of credit with TD Bank NA.
Additional sponsors? Alderman Dowd, Alderman Tenza, Alderman O'Brien, Alderman Lopez, Alderman Cleaver, Alderman Gathright. Okay, given its first reading, I'll assign that to the Pennachuck Water Special Committee.
First reading of resolution R 2079, authorizing Pennachuck Corporation and Pennachuck Water Works Inc. to issue bonds and renew its fixed asset line of credit with TD Bank NA.
Additional sponsors?
Madam
Alderman
President.
Dowd, Alderman Tenza, Alderman Lopez, Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Alderman Laws.
Alderman O'Brien, Alderman Cleaver.
Alderman
Did I
Laws.
get everybody? Alderman O'Brien?
Alderman Laws.
Alderman Laws?
There you go.
Yes, Alderman
Okay.
Laws.
Alderman Laws.
Thank you.
Maybe Alderman Laws.
Maybe Alderman Laws. Okay. Given its first reading, I'll assign that to the Pennachuck Water Committee.
First reading of resolution R 2080, relative to the acceptance and appropriation of $44,016 from the Center for Tech and Civic Life, CTCL, into City Clerk Grant Activity, CTCL FY20 Election Administration.
Additional sponsors? Alderman
Madam
Clee,
President,
Alderman Karen, Alderman Harriet Gathright, Alderman Schmidt, Alderwoman Kelly, Alderman Tenza, Alderman Lopez, Alderman O'Brien, Alderman
Laws.
Clemens, Alderman Laws, again, Alderman Laws, Alderman Cleaver, and myself. Anyone else? No. Given its first reading, I'll assign that to the Human Affairs Committee.
First reading of resolution R 2081, approving the cost items of a collective bargaining agreement between the Nashua Board of Police Commissioners and Nashua Police Communication Employees, NEPBA, Local 125, IUPA, AFL-CIO, from July 1st of 2019 through June 30th, 2023, and authorizing a related transfer of $186,145.
Additional sponsors? Alderman Schmidt, Alderman Harriet Gathright, Alderman Clee, Alderman Cleaver, Alderman Clemens, Alderman Lopez,
Laws.
Alderman Laws.
Yes.
Did I miss anyone? Okay, given its first reading, I'll assign that to the Budget Review Committee. New business ordinances.
There is none.
Period for general public comment.
We'd like
Is
to
there
speak.
anyone that wishes to address the board?
Yes, we do.
We
That's
being,
Beth Scare, 111 East Hobart Street.
okay,
I'm like to read a letter that my attorney sent to the mayor this morning. Says it's about appeal of the citizen flagpole decision, unconstitutional viewpoint discrimination. Dear Mayor Donchis, this office represents Beth Scare, a resident of the city of Nashua, who applied to the city for and received a permission to fly a flag supporting an organization she supports called Save Women's Sports. On September 1st, 2020, Ms. Scare emailed Jennifer DeShays in the Risk Management Department asking to reserve the Nashua City Hall Plaza citizen flagpole for the week of October 11th to fly a 3-foot by 5-foot flag supporting the organization Save Women's Sports. Ms. DeShays responded that the citizen flagpole is available and is all yours. On Saturday, October 10th, Ms. Scare and her husband raised the Save Women's Sports flag as agreed. She planned to fly the flag all week leading up to a virtual running event to be held October 17th to raise funds to benefit the mission of the Save Women's Sports organization. On Monday, October 12th at 9:56 a.m., Ms. Scare received a call from Ms. Deshays informing her that you had decided that her flag was to be taken down and that she would not be permitted to fly it anymore. When Ms. Scare pressed Ms. Deshays for more information about why her flag had been taken down, she was merely told that she would should read the ordinances and procedures, and then she could file an appeal. In a follow-up call a few hours later, Ms. Deshays advised that the flag was removed because the city had received many complaints and people thought that it represented Nashua's official position on women's sports. So the city took the flag down because it is neutral on that topic. By all outward appearances, however, it seems that the city of Nashua bowed to complaints by people who disagreed with the content of Ms. Scare's message. An organization calling itself Mutual Aid and Defense New Hampshire has a Facebook page containing posts about the flag. Messages posted on that page express opposition to the message on Ms. Scare's flag, propose 22 weeks of counter messaging by the flying of various LBGT flags, and include a post asking Jim Donchis, why are we flying a transphobic flag in Nashua? Not cool. On a different forum, Nashua, New Hampshire Civic Sounding Board, a person identified as Brenna Connolly wrote that as word of Ms. Scare's flag spread through the community, the response was clear. This is not what Nashua stands for. Her post then goes on to say, many thanks to Jim Donchis for your quick response, Jan Schmidt and Jen Morton and Mutual Aid and Defense New Hampshire for the calls to action. The post concluded that the author is looking forward to updated guidelines to ensure that future flag requests are vetted more carefully. This same individual tweeted, got a message from Jim Donchis late last night, flag is coming down. We need to have a serious look at the approval process for these things moving forward. It is readily apparent that your decision to remove Ms. Scare's flag was a direct response to criticism of the content of her expressive activity. This is an illegal and unconstitutional act of censorship under the First and 14th Amendments of the United States Constitution and Part 1, Article 22 of the New Hampshire Constitution. The city does not need to permit members of the public to display flags on the citizens' flagpole, but once it decides to do so, it must allow members of the public to do so without being subjected to viewpoint discrimination. On behalf of Ms. Scare, I ask that you reconsider your previous decision to remove her flag. Generally speaking, Supreme Court cases recognize three types of government-controlled spaces for First Amendment purposes: traditional public forums, designated public forums, and non-public forums. In a traditional public forum, parks, streets, sidewalks, and the like, the government may impose reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions on private speech, but restrictions based on content must satisfy strict scrutiny, and those based on viewpoint are prohibited. The same standards apply in designated public forums, spaces that have not traditionally been regarded as a public forum which the government has intentionally opened up for that purpose. To satisfy strict scrutiny, the government must prove that its laws and actions are narrowly tailored to achieve a compelling government interest. The citizen flagpole is clearly a designated public forum. The city government specifically provides public property and invites citizens to provide flags to be flown on the pole. In order to justify your censorship of Ms. Scare based on the message on her flag, you must be able to prove that your action was taken pursuant to an ordinance that is narrowly tailored to achieve a compelling government interest. Given the complete absence of an ordinance providing any guidance whatsoever on this subject matter, there is no possible way that your actions can meet this standard. It simply appears that you or some of your constituents disapproved of the message advocated by Ms. Scare, and you decided to censor her expression as a result. The plainly unconstitutional actions you took in removing Ms. Scare's flag represents a clear constitutional violation that should not be permitted to stand. Kindly reconsider your action and return Ms. Scare's flag to its rightful place atop the citizen flagpole. Thank you. Your turn.
I'd like to speak next, please.
Your name.
Stephen
Name and address for
Scare.
the record, please.
Yes, Stephen Scare, 111 East Hobart Street. Very briefly, what we were trying to celebrate, what we were trying to commemorate was Selena Sewell, and she's having a virtual marathon fundraising. And what happened to her last year was she finished one place short of advancing to the indoor finals at a state track and field championship in Connecticut. She probably would have gone on to regionals, but two biological males who identify as females and had recently competed as male runners took first and second place and bumped her down. Since males have been allowed to compete against women, they've taken medals and shattered records in volleyball, basketball, mixed martial arts, women's football, weightlifting, bodybuilding, and bicycling. Selena is fighting back, saying that her Title IX rights were violated by this unfairness. This takes great courage. As you all know as well as anyone who objects to males competing against women will at least be labeled a transphobic hater. Selena also risks being blacklisted by colleges and future employers. There's little tolerance now for saying that a woman is a biological female, even though I would defy anyone to come up with another definition of a woman that isn't based on circular reasoning or outdated sexual stereotypes. So our stance is still that having men compete against women, males compete against women is unsafe. And Mayor Donchis had no right to take down a flag just because he disliked an opinion. So please, if you're not going to stand up for females in sports, at least speak to Mayor Donchis and stand up for the First Amendment. So thank you and good evening. Or I should say good morning.
Anyone else for public comment? Bob Keating.
My remarks will be very brief, and they begin with thank you for the hours that you put in. I just can't imagine this coming up at 5 hours that you've done this meeting. So brief to respond to some comments that were made earlier, that simply the residents that we have met with were quite anxious about their future, the same way as they were in 2012 when GSOP went around with them. We've been involved in this community and the state since 2002, a lot with low-income households and in public housing. So we have a long history with that. But once again, thank you for your time. And finally, my night goes out to Alderman Harriet Gathright, and I hope your husband, pulls through this well. And my thoughts go out to your family. Thank you, and thanks for the time.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Okay. Seeing none, remarks by the members of the board. Alderman Lopez.
Well, first, I do actually want to speak to the mayor, as was suggested in public comment. I want to recommend that we, in using the citizens flagpole, consider having the Cultural Connections Committee develop a schedule of when people's cultures can be recognized and how that would take place, because that is the stated purpose of the citizens flagpole. It does also allow for anniversaries or accomplishments. I'm not sure that really fits what was trying to be achieved here, but I think it would be a good idea for people who are putting their flag up to be able to explain themselves a little bit more clearly. And then additionally, it would also give the opportunity for there to be a little bit more coordinated activity
That
around
answer is
that.
no.
Oh, okay, are we all talking now? Sorry. So I would just definitely recommend that he work with the Cultural Connections Committee and consider implementing that. And then secondly, I wanted to thank Jay, who is a graffiti artist working with Revive Recovery Center, National Wallpaper, National Pal, Kenny, Rick, and other people in the community. We just worked on creating a giant banner for Southern New Hampshire Medical Center to thank healthcare workers and remind them that they're appreciated. This is a very important time for us right now in Nashua. We have the outbreak that we see taking
Alderman Lopez?
place, or to see a nightmare start up. Adjustments and accommodations because of the COVID-19 epidemic. But I don't think anybody's had to make more adjustments and more accommodations than both the people who are contracting it and are in the emergency room and the healthcare workers that are working with them as well. And I think they have a very difficult season coming up trying to battle COVID-19 and the flu. I think as elected officials, it would be a good idea for all of us to reach out to any healthcare workers we know and just thank them and make sure they know they're appreciated and that they're supported. Because to look at the national media right now, or to look at the news cycle and the comments on it, you would think that nobody appreciates anything they do. And I think that couldn't be further from the truth. Thank you.
Alderman Clemens.
Out on the grok, Steve.
Thank you, Madam President. Real briefly, I would be remiss if I didn't mention at the end of this meeting tonight how proud I am that we moved through the final stages, at least legislatively, to get the Performing Arts Center done. I know that somewhere up in heaven, Brian McCarthy is smiling down on all of us tonight and is very proud of our accomplishment. I also would be remiss to say that he probably also is mad at the fact that I'm speaking at all right now because it's 12:26 in the morning, and he would probably, if it was him, be mad at me. But nevertheless, it's a great accomplishment, and I know he's smiling down regardless. So thank you.
Anyone else? Alderman Dowd.
Yeah, I just briefly want to say that the reason I voted against the Indigenous holiday was the state's taking up the state, and it appears like they thought it was going to pass in January. The next occurrence is next October, so I didn't think we needed to act on it right now, because if it's a state holiday, it'll be a moot point.
Alderman O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to echo exactly what Alderman Clemens. I'm sure next time I visit the gravesite, I can't wait to tell Alderman McCarthy the good news. So I'm sure he's very pleased. But more important than that, I really want to recognize Alderman Klee for participating in the program of inviting aldermen over the house tonight. I see by Alderman Lopez's screenshot that it was Alderman Klee's living room, and I think that her hospitality is genuine, and I think it's very good. Unfortunately, according to the screenshots, they did look like they were kind of close together. I do recommend the city ordinance of wearing a mask, so I hope that for future people who participate in this program to keep in mind the mask ordinance. So thank you very much.
Alderman Klee.
Well, thank you very much, Alderman O'Brien. I appreciate the reminder of that I should be putting on a mask. And thank you, Alderman Lopez, for honoring me by using my my home as your backdrop. I truly appreciate that.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
It me quite the giggle when I saw it there. And you have my favorite print up behind me. So, but in all seriousness, it's been a long night. I want to say good night. And I want to thank all of my colleagues for their well thought out comments and so on. And I'm happy to see so far the Performing Arts Center going forward, and that we have been able to figure out the parking for the High Street, School Street area. Thank you, and I'll stop now.
Anyone else?
Madam President.
Alderman Laws.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to apologize to each of you. When I was speaking earlier, I misspoke at one point and said you all pretend to care about X, Y, and Z, but I know that none of you are crazy enough to pretend to care enough about something to be sitting in a meeting until 12:30 in the morning on a Wednesday. So I was just the first word that came to mind, and I regret saying it, and I just wanted to tell you all that I love you and I appreciate you, and I know that none of you are pretending. So
Thank you, Brandon.
Alderman Laws, you're awesome. Thank you for that. Anyone else? Any more comments or remarks? I'd like to also wish Alderman Harriet Gathright and her family well. I hope that her husband is better soon. We did have a really good night, really productive night, even though not everything passed. I think there are things we have a lot of work to do on, and I look forward to that, because I think, especially the overnight parking, I've never really been a big fan of the all-night parking on the street, but there are areas that need it, and I've been supportive of those. I don't think an overall citywide ban, allowing parking is the right way to go, but I am interested in helping the neighborhoods where we need to. So I think that'll do well back in committee. Anyone else? Okay, Alderman O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam President.
Oh, I'm sorry, committee announcements.
Next Thursday, 7 o'clock, joint special.
Alderman Kelly.
The Human Affairs Committee meets tomorrow. Today?
Tonight.
Today, technically. At 7 p.m. It was moved from Monday. Just wanted to make sure everybody was clear on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other committee assignments, committee announcements, I mean? Alderman O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to make a motion that the October 13th, 2020 meeting of the Board of Aldermen be adjourned by roll call.
Would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Clee.
Most definitely, yes.
Alderwoman Kelly. Alderman
already
Dow.
sleeping.
Absolutely.
I said yes very quietly. Sorry.
I looked up. Alderman Karen.
Yes, yes, and yes.
Alderman Clemens.
No.
Alderman Lopez.
Also no.
Alderman Tenza.
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt.
Yes, please.
Alderman Laws.
Last call's in a half hour, right?
Alderman Cleaver.
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright.
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes,
You have 13 yeas and 2 nays.
and we are adjourned at 12:32 a.m.